Raindrops the size of bullets thundered on the castle windows for days on end. The lake rose, the flower beds turned into muddy streams, and Haggard's pumpkins swelled to the size of garden sheds. Oliver Wood's enthusiasm for regular training sessions, however, was not dampened, which was why Harry was to be found late one stormy Saturday afternoon, a few days before Halloween, returning to Gryffindor Tower, drenched to the skin and splattered with mud. Even aside from the wind and rain, it hadn't been a happy practice session. Fred and George, who had been spying on the Slytherin team, had seen for themselves the speed of those new Nimbus 2001s. They reported that the Slytherin team were no more than 7 greenish blurs shooting through the air like jump jets. As Harry squelched along the deserted corridor, he came across somebody who looked just as preoccupied as he was. Nearly headless Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor Tower, was staring morosely out of a window, muttering under his breath. "Don't fulfill their requirements. Half an inch, if that." "Hello, Nick," said Harry. Hello, said Nearly Headless Nick, starting and looking around. He wore a dashing, plumped hat on his long, curly hair, and a tunic with a ruff, which concealed the fact that his neck was almost completely severed. He was pale as smoke, and Harry could see right through him to the dark sky and torrential rain outside. "You look troubled, young Potter," said Nick, folding a transparent letter as he spoke and tucking it inside his doublet. "So do you," said Harry. "Ah," Nearly Headless Nick waved an elegant hand. "A matter of no importance. It's not as though I really wanted to join. Thought I'd apply, but apparently I don't fulfill requirements." In spite of his airy tone, there was a look of great bitterness on his face. "But you would think, wouldn't you," he erupted suddenly, pulling the letter back out of his pocket, "that getting hit 55 times in the neck with a blunt axe would qualify you to join the Headless Hunt?" "Oh, yes," said Harry, who was obviously supposed to agree. "I mean, nobody wishes more than I do that it had all been quick and clean, and my head come off properly. I mean, it would have saved me a great deal of pain and ridicule. However," Nearly Headless Nook shook his letter open and read furiously, "we can only accept huntsmen whose heads have parted company with their bodies. You will appreciate that it would be impossible otherwise for members to participate in hunt activities such as horseback head juggling and head polo. It is with the greatest regret, therefore, that I must inform you that you do not fulfill our requirements. With very best wishes, Sir Patrick Delaney Podmore." Fuming, Nearly Headless Nick stuffed the letter away. "Half an inch of skin and sinew holding my neck on, Harry. Most people would think that's good and beheaded, but oh no, it's not enough for Sir Properly Decapitated Podmore." Nearly Headless Nook took several deep breaths and then said, in a far calmer tone, "So, what's bothering you?
Get out of here. Get out of here, Bob.
"No," said Harry. "Not unless you know where we can get 7
hate those
free
bots.
Nimbus 2001s
They're the
for a match
worst.
against Slytherin."
They're the
The rest of
worst.
Harry's sentence was drowned by a high-pitched mewing from somewhere near his ankles. He looked down and found himself gazing into a pair of lamp-like yellow eyes. It was Mrs. Norris, the skeletal grey cat who was used by the caretaker, Argus Filch, as a sort of deputy in his endless battle against students. "You'd better get out of here, Harry," said Nick quickly. "Filch isn't in a good mood. He's got the flu, and some third years accidentally plastered frog brains all over the ceilings in the dungeons. He's been cleaning all morning. And if he sees you dripping mud all over the place—" "Right," said Harry, backing away from the accusing stare of Mrs. Norris, but not quickly enough. Drawn to the spot by the mysterious powers that seemed to connect him with his foul cat, Argus Filch burst suddenly through a tapestry to Harry's right, wheezing and looking wildly about for the rule breaker. There was a thick tartan scarf bound around his head, and his nose was unusually purple. "Filth!" he shouted, his jowls a-quiver, his eyes popping alarmingly as he pointed at the muddy puddle that had dripped from Harry's Quidditch robes. "Mess and muck everywhere! I've had enough of it! I tell you, follow me, Potter!" So Harry waved a gloomy goodbye to Nearly Headless Nick and followed Filch back downstairs, doubling the number of muddy footprints on the floor. Harry had never been inside Filch's office before. It was a place most students avoided. The room was dingy and windowless, lit by a single oil lamp dangling from the low ceiling. A faint smell of fried fish lingered about the place. Wooden filing cabinets stood around the walls. From their labels, Harry could see that they contained details of every pupil Filch had ever punished. Fred and George Weasley had an entire drawer to themselves. A highly polished collection of chains and mankles hung on the wall behind Filch's desk. It was common knowledge that he was always begging Dumbledore to let him suspend students by their ankles from the ceiling. Filch grabbed a quill from a pot on his desk and began shuffling around looking for parchment. He muttered furiously. Great sizzling dragon bogies, frog brains, rat intestines. I've had enough of it. Make an example. Where's the form? Yes. He retrieved a large roll of parchment from his desk drawer and stretched it out in front of him, dripping the long black quill into his inkpot. Name. Harry Potter.
Bluff, go get some rest.
Said Harry.
Zedeke! Hello, Zedeke. How are you?
Shouted Filch.
How
He
are
dripped shivering unpleasantly
you?
at the end of his bulbous nose.
Hope you're doing well.
Crime. Be
Don't
found in the
worry, I'm
castle.
also
Suggested
weird.
sentence.
I had weird
Dabbing at his
dreams.
streaming nose,
Fucking
squinted
weird,
unpleasantly
gosh
at Harry,
dang
who
dreams.
waved his
How's
big breath
everybody
for a sentence
doing
to
this
But
fine
as Filch lowered
morning?
his quill, there was a great bang on the ceiling of the office, which made the oil lamp rattle. Peeves! Filch roared, flinging down his quill in a transport of rage. I'll have you this time! I'll have you! And without a backwards glance at Harry, Filch ran flat-footed from the office, Mrs. Norris streaking alongside him. Peeves was the school poltergeist, a grinning, airborne menace who lived to cause havoc and distress. Harry didn't much like Peeves, but couldn't help feeling grateful for his timing. Hopefully, whatever Peeves had done, and it sounded as though he'd wrecked something very big this time, would distract Filch from Harry. Thinking that he should probably wait for Filch to come back, Harry sank into a moth-eaten chair next to the desk. There was only one thing on it apart from his half-completed form. A large, glossy, purple envelope with silver lettering on the front. With a quick glance at the door to check that Filch wasn't on his way back,
I'm
Harry picked
doing
up the envelope
completely
and read,
marvelous tonight. Just
"Cookie spell.
arrived to spread
With
a good
correspondence
vibes.
course and beginner's
Hey.
magic."
Well, thank you
Intrigued,
for the
Harry
good
flipped the envelope
vibes.
open
I was
and
having
pulled out a
weird
sheet of
dreams,
paper
like
inside.
Aaron Hansen making me
More
try the
curly silver
smell.
writing on the front page said,
A
"If
shoe.
you out of step in the world of
I
modern
think it
magic,
was a boot.
find yourself making
And he's like,
excuses
smell
not to
this,
perform
it's so
simple
weird. And
spells.
I'm like,
You've been taunted for
my
your wonderful
nostrils
wand work.
are dying. I
There's an
cannot
answer.
smell it.
Quickie Spell is an all-new, fail-safe, quick result, easy learn course. Hundreds
I'm
of
just
witches and
working
wizards
on-
have benefited from the Quickie Spell method.
I'm
That
just
is the
working
medals of
on
Topsham writes, I had no memory for incantations, and my potions were a family joke. Now, after the Quickie Spell
comic.
course, I am the center of attention at parties, and friends beg for the recipe of my scintillation solution.
I'm
Warlock
just working on
DJ Prada
comic to work
Blueberry
on
says,
comic so
my
that
wife
I
used to
have
sneer at my feeble charm.
so I
But 1
have
month into your fabulous
something
Quickie Spell course,
on the
I
books
succeeded
this
in turning
week.
her into a yak. Thank you, Quickie Spell. Fascinated, Harry thumbed through the rest of the envelope's
So
contents.
something on the books this
Why
week.
on earth did Filch want a Quickie Spell course?
Because I didn't,
Did this
because
mean
I
he
was
wasn't a
working
proper
on
wizard?
commissions all last week,
Harry was
and I
just
feel
reading
bad
Lesson
about
1,
it.
Holding your wand. Some useful tips. Shuffling footsteps
But thank
outside
you for
told him
coming
Filch
in
was
and
coming
spreading
back.
the good word,
Stuffing
and
the
thank you,
parchment back
Flop,
into
for
the envelope,
coming in and
Harry
checking
threw it
me
back
out.
onto the desk
If you-
just as the door opened.
I know you're
was
probably
looking triumphant.
headed to work,
That
so
vanishing
you're
chariot
like,
was
I
extremely
can't go
valuable,"
back to sleep.
he was saying gleefully to Mrs. Norris.
So I hope you
"We
get a
don't have
nap
Peeves out this time, my
sometime.
sweet." His eyes fell on Harry, and then darted to the Quickie Spell envelope, which, Harry realized too late,
Hope you
laying
get a
2 feet
nap
away from where it started.
beforehand.
Filch's pasty face went brick red. Harry braced himself for a tidal
Thank you
wave
for
of fury.
coming in,
Filch hobbled
Zedeke.
across to his desk. snatched up the
Zedeke,
envelope,
do you like
threw it into
art?
the drawer.
Do you like?
Did you read?
What do you
He
like?
spluttered. No. Harry lied quickly. Filch's knobbly hands were twisted together. If
Are
I
you
thought you would
into-
read my private,
Are you
not
into
that it's mine,
drawings? I've got a
for
few.
friend. Be that as it may, however,
I worked
Harry
on
was
this
staring
one.
at
I
him,
got a
alarmed.
few. I've
Filch
got
never looked
another
at her.
commission that I'm
his
working
eyes were
on.
popping. A tick was going on in one of his pouchy cheeks, and the tartan scarf didn't help. Very well. Go, and don't breathe a word. Not that... However, if you didn't read... Go now. I have to write up Peeves' report. Go! Amazed at his luck, Harry sped off out of the office, up the corridor, and back upstairs. To escape from Filch's office without punishment was probably some kind of school record. Harry, did it work? Nearly Headless Nick came gliding out of a classroom. Behind him, Harry could see the wreckage of a large black and gold cabinet, which appeared to have been dropped from a great height. I persuaded Peeves to crash it right over Filch's office, said Nick eagerly. Thought it might distract him. Was that you? Said Harry gratefully. Yeah, it worked. I didn't even get detention. Thanks, Nick. They set off up the corridor together. Nearly Headless Nick, Harry noticed, was still holding Sir Patrick's rejection letter. I wish there was something I could do for you about the Headless Hunt, Harry said. Nearly Headless Nick stopped in his tracks, and Harry walked right through him. He wished he hadn't. It was like stepping through an icy shower. But there is something you could do for me, said Nick excitedly. Harry, would I be asking too much? But no, you wouldn't want... What is it?
I really like art, but I stopped after high school. That was 6 years ago, and I'm too unmotivated to start again. Well, don't, you know, if you feel like you can't, you can't. I'm not gonna push you to do it, but if you ever feel like doing it, don't feel scared to do it. You know, don't let things stop you. Believe in yourself, even when it's difficult.
Of course.
You gotta keep going.
Go to the school feast.
Hey, I stopped when I was much younger, and I didn't start back for a while.
Dear boy. Harry Potter,
And I've stopped for years, where I'm just like, I don't want to do any art.
Do you think you could possibly mention to Sir Patrick how very frightening
And I've come back to it.
Find me? Of course.
And look at where I am now.
Nearly Headless Nick beamed at him.
Making horrible wheels, but, you know.
Keenly, when Harry had changed at last and joined her and Ron in the common room.
You know, everybody has their moments.
One of those. It'll be fascinating.
Apparently making horrible fucking wheels.
Said Ron, who was halfway through his potions homework and grumpy. Sounds dead depressing to me. Rain was still lashing the windows, which were now inky black, but inside all looked bright and cheerful. The firelight glowed over the countless squashy armchairs.
And I understand, I'm not going to force anybody to make any true.
In the case of Fred and George Weasley,
art will always be there if you want to go back to it. Yep.
Salamander. Fred had rescued
don't feel like you lost too much, you know.
And it was now
it's not a young man's game. Art, unlike other subjects like football or anything like that, it's not a young man's game. It's not a young man or woman's game. It's about putting yourself out there. I'm not going to push you. Far from it. I'm just saying that if you want to make it your thing, make it your thing.
And its escape into the fire, with accompanying explosions, drove both Filch and the Quickie
And if your answer is, well, it's not going to look like everybody else's. It's not going to look like everybody else. It's not going to look as good as everybody else's. Oh well. So what? You think that I think my stuff looks the most amazing? I always put myself down, but everybody seems to really like my stuff, so, you know.
A promise is a promise.
People must like it somehow.
You said you'd go to the Death Day party.
So at 7 o'clock, Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked straight past the doorway to
Don't put yourself down. We're not that kind of art stream.
Plates and candles, and directed their steps instead towards
but
the dungeon.
If you always just want to chill out and hang out in a nice, calm, friendly place that likes hanging out with its friends,
These were long, thin,
you know, you're always welcome. You're always welcome to chill out with us and enjoy some weird audio sometimes, and some guy that just likes to chill the fuck out. You're always welcome here. Heaven's here. She always comes. She's so sweet.
They turned a corner and saw
mine doesn't look like everyone else, but my son likes it, so I'm happy. Hey, we like it.
Dear friends,
I've come to term that it's nicer to watch others use their talent. Okay, well, hey, you're always invited to just chill here.
Them inside. It was
You're always
sight.
invited.
The dungeon was full of hundreds of pearly white, translucent people, mostly drifting around a crowded dance floor.
I haven't kicked out anybody yet.
Sound of 30 musical saws, played by an orchestra on a black draped platform. A chandelier overhead blazed midnight blue with 1,000 more black candles. Their breath rose in a mist before them. It was like stepping into a freezer. Shall we have a look around? Harry suggested, wanting to warm up his feet. Careful not to walk through anyone, said Ron nervously. And they set off around the edge of the dance floor.
Guys, I forgot
They passed
again.
a group of gloomy nuns.
Fine, I need to do it.
Friar,
so,
a cheerful Hufflepuff ghost who was talking to
let
a
me
knight
set
with
myself
an arrow
up.
sticking out of his forehead. Harry wasn't surprised to see that the Bloody Baron, a gaunt, staring Slytherin ghost, covered in silver bloodstains, was being given a wide berth by the other ghosts. Oh no, said her.
Let's see. What's up? What's some good music that I can do this to? It's a 20-minute sketch. So let's see. Here she is. 20-minute sketch. Let's do. Alright. Alright. Alright, let's get this sketch paper out. Hold up. I keep forgetting the 20-minute sketch. I'm sorry, guys, that I keep forgetting the 20-minute sketch. Let's see if I can find where it is. Where's the 20-minute sketch? Where did I put it? Where did I put it? It's so weird. I don't know why it's not up here. Let's see. You think it'd be right there? Huh. So weird. Oh, there it is. Found it. Alright. 2 20-minute sketches. Is this the right music that I should be using for it? Alright. Have a good lurk. No, I am, whose sketch we doing? We doing, alright. Yeah, there you go. What's a good fucking audio for this? Even suggestions. Hey, man. Can't think of any, like, good, like, I guess. I don't fucking know. So, Kiwi wants a furry version of his character. Furry Kiwi. A kiwi. Animal. Bird. Wanting to see furry version of Kiwi. Alright. And the Slugma. Slugma OC. So 20 minutes on the clock. In general, I'm thinking depends on what kind of music we want. I just want something that works. I might do a Katamari. You know what? Katamari. Hold up on that. Reset that. I haven't started yet. Katamari. Persona is always good. Yeah. Forward. Come on. Stop saving. What? No! God fucking damn it. Okay. Thank God. It's back. God damn. Fuck you. Fuck you. Internet? Hey, General.
Comfortably do your best. Picnic even feels so good.
Doing all right. Yeah. Good that you're doing all right. I played some of the World of Horror. It's interesting. The demo is quite interesting because it feels like a demo. The part one feels like a demo, and then the second part is more of the actual game, which I feel like the first part kind of just drops you in there, which like a demo, and I'm like, you should really expand that if you want to make that actually a part of the game. But I hope you're doing well, General. Was it any good? It was alright. It's just 14 bucks. I love the art style, and like, it is like an old adventure game of its time. It's alright. It's interesting. There's probably better horror RPGs than it, but it's also, I'm gonna play it way more to see what's up. If you're not sure about it, don't buy it if you're not sure about it. I just think $14 is good enough to be like, yeah, I'll try it out, check it out, I'll give it a look. But if it's not good, it's 14 bucks. It's not like it's the end of the world. You know what I mean? Like, that's my thought process on it. But if you want, I can play it on stream. I can play it on stream for you, and we can find out ourselves. You want to do that? When's your next off day? So that you'll have full attention, so that I can show you the game. By the way, General, hope you're doing well. Hope everything's been going good for you. Hope the day is amazing and incredible. Try not to get bored. Oh no! I'm sorry if I'm boring you. I'm sorry. I'll try not to bore you. I'll try not to bore you, man. I'm sorry. That would be cool. Was meant to be today, but off Sunday. Okay. So Saturday night for me. Saturday night, Sunday morning. No, Ganbatte. It's just I miss having my PC. No! What happened to your PC? Did it blow up on you? That's it. Did you... What happened? I thought you had that new thing. Oh, you gotta get that RAM. Okay. Wow. So yeah, I'll play on stream World of Wars. I love the art style. Like, the art style might do it for me. Texas, my friend, Texas. Hiya. 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 Well, I spent some time with Raven today. Hung out with my friend and got some barbecue today. How is Raven doing? She's doing alright. She's doing a lot better. She's moving. She's moving to another place and all that, and I hope for the best for her. I always worry about her. She says yesterday she was doing okay. And she said that when she wakes up, she wants to spend time with me. And I'm like, okay, okay. Don't push yourself if you can't. Alright, be right back. I need to get me a drink. Alright. The first expression of a hi-ya, hi-ya-ya said it was perfect. Okay. Hi-ya. Hiya, hiya. But she seems good, but you never know. I had weird dreams before coming on stream. Had weird dreams coming before coming on stream, and it was Aaron Hansen handing me something in my old family home. He handed me a something that was a something, and he told me to smell it, and I said my sinuses are clogged up, and he's like, oh darn, oh man, oh. And then in my old family home, and I've been having dreams about my old family home, and I'm like, I don't get it. Like, I used to have, like, I come from a broken home, yet I still long for the days of when I was a kid. It's so weird. So weird. Yeah, hopefully she'll do well. I believe in her. I just worry for her, is all. I can't worry for her because she's my friend, but I worry for her because she is my good friend. But she makes her own decisions in this world, and that it's good for her to make a move. Yeah. But I mean, everybody's a good bean here. I haven't met a bad bean. I've met follow bots, which hate them all. Katamari. Have you been hit by follow bots, Heathen? Bots are bad beans and get hammered. But I have been so steadily growing as a channel. I've been steadily growing, and you've been helping out so much even. With such a wonderful community, it's so easy to get places. No. Yeah, so you haven't been followed by thousands. Followed, then unfollowed immediately, and it's like, you fuckers. They're bastards, all of them. No, just got like 36 followers. Yeah, your community is awesome and so friendly. I tried. But it's all you guys. Finding me and then you guys sticking around for a little bit. That's how a community is started. I still got one more minute. Hopefully you become more popular, Heathen. We'd love to see you become a major bean. We'd love to see you become a major bean. Kiwi's pick is a heckin' cutie. Oh yeah. Hold up.
Looks like you're going to the
Shadow Realm, Jimbo. Have fun. Alright. I gotta look at one thing before I start in the next 20-minute sketch. By the way, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sadurka. Zadurky. It's like a turkey, but it's a Zadurky. Let's see. Creator dashboard. I just want to check some things. James the Dragon, all of these wonderful people. And thank you, I don't know if I acknowledge this, but thank you, by the way, for the follow. That was a while ago, but I just wanted to let you know. Oh, I'm confused. Who unfollowed me? No, I'm so confused. Ascalad didn't unfollow me. Pixel didn't follow. Who the fuck unfollowed me? Now I'm confused. I was like, oh, dude, who unfollowed me? And I'm like, I don't know who unfollowed me, guys. Oh no, I don't want unfollows. I'm very confused. I'm like, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Guys, what did I do wrong to make people unfollow me? That's why I just gotta ask, like, what did I do wrong? Alright. Yeah. Not me, though. Yeah. Well, thank you, by the way, Zadurky. I was like, I'm pretty sure they followed a while back, but I was like, what? Am I wrong? Am I wrong, Zadurky? Yeah. I just never acknowledged it. That was the worst part. That was the worst part. You aren't too pretty. Shush it. Shush you. Shush. I'm not even started yet. Shush. Calm down, Zara. Calm down. I'll get to it. Where is it? Is it in Whips? Where's that Slugma? Is it in art? Fuck. Where the fuck is that? Zara, where the fuck is it? Okay. Aggro! I thought something was on screen when I said it. Nothing was on screen. Alright. Starting the timer for Zara's art. Okay. Starting the timer. 3, 2, 1. Past is beyond us. The future is unknown. But today is gift. That is why it's called the present. On my end, the previous sketch was on screen. No, it wasn't there. There was nothing. I do this pose all the time. You know what? I could change it up a little bit. Could change it up just a little bit. Just to change it up just a little bit. Yata! Hiya! Hiya!
Looks like you're going to the shadow realm, Jimbo.
Demonic! Also, why did KQ follow me at 8 a.m.? That's what I'm confused by. I'm fine with it. I'm just confused. That's a what? That's a butt. I know I'm over worrying about followers and stuff like that.
Nice.
I need to not worry so much about like who's following and that stuff. Worry about what I have, not what I don't. You know what I mean? Enjoy what you got, not what you don't. Enjoy the wonderful people you got, and keep them. It's disappointing, kinda. Yeah, I am disappointed in myself. Like. And then Kaya. Also, did you guys see the new Kirby shit? It's fucking weird. But also, that's Kirby. It's going to bother me. I hate it when I lose people. Because I feel like I did nothing wrong. Could have done something wrong. That's why I'm bothered by it. But if I keep talking about it, it will annoy people to be like, yeah, he keeps talking about shit like that. Goodbye. I don't want to talk about these things. By the way, hope everybody's doing good. Kirby just inhaling a oh my god, never mind. New Vor Kirby uses? The what chip? Oh my god, the power of sucking on that bad boy. For much realism has added. You didn't, they might have left Twitch completely. Is okay. Could be for an affiliate. Much disappointment. Nintendo is no longer the same. Guys, please stop putting the sweet boy in situations he has not. Stop trying to sexualize our sweet boy. That is the Kerbo. He is the one pure thing about Nintendo. You've done it to. You've ruined Toad. Why would you ruin the curb? Oh my god, they're gonna do a live action Kirby, aren't they? Aren't they? You gave him a gun one time. Don't give him this. We all know that he can pilot mechs. Which means he is an anime protagonist. I mean, we already knew he was an anime protagonist, but the games just told us like that. I thought they were more subtle than that.
Looks like you're going to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo. Have fun.
Thank God I put that in there. That sound is so good. Exists. There is porn a bit. No. No, demonic, no. Toad with legs is one of the worst things ever. Oh, thank you, by the way. I will work on that at sometime next week. Acro. I will work on that sometime this upcoming week. I will work on your Kimish, because I want to. It's gonna take a bit because I also want to work on comic book stuff. So I'm gonna work on a little bit of comic book stuff, finish the commissions I have, which all I have are 2 left, and then I will start on yours, which would be sometime Saturday. If you're okay with that, waiting just a little bit. Hello, Steady! Hey, cool comic book. Is there a word for those reactionary panels that are like lightning strikes through the panel and like show the face or eye? I don't know the terms for them. I guess it's just reactionary image. I don't actually know. I'm sorry I'm missing everybody's stuff, but I'm just trying to get this done quick. Trying to get it done quick. By the way, thank you for being so amazing, guys. Yes, I'm still listening. Yes, I'm still listening. I don't actually know. Is there a term for it? For reactionary image in comics? I mean, reactionary image kind of does all that it needs to. Unless I'm dumb, which fair enough. Fair enough. I don't know all the terms when making comics. I just know how to make them. I just know how to draw them. What do you have, Demonic? Oh, by the way, Demonic, what did you think of your, the end result of your pick? Hope you enjoyed it. I hope it's everything you wanted and more. Let's bring out these thighs. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna bring out these thighs. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't make them thick enough. I apologize. Also, I wanted to let everybody know, you guys are amazing. Thank you for being so incredible and amazing. Thank you guys for being so stupendous. I just wanted to let you guys know that.
Let's roll up to be a single star in the sky. I hear you calling me. I wanna word you up into my life. Let's love up to make a single star.
Just wanted to let everybody know.
In the sky.
You guys are stupendous, incredible, and amazing. I know it's difficult to believe, but I want you guys to know that. And I'm not reading all your messages because I am in the middle of drawing. Come on, guys. But I'm glad you guys are so active tonight. It's always nice.
Let's roll up to be a single star in the sky. I need you to feel me. I wanna word you into my life. Let's love up to make a single star in the sky. To you.
Yeah, 50 seconds. Let's see. What else? Just add a little shade here, add a little shade there.
To be a single star.
There she is. And then put it on the Discord. And put it in 20-minute sketch. Paste. And then bam, bam. No. And
Looks like you're going to the shadow realm, Jimbo. Have fun.
bam. And then grab that, put that. Where are you? On here, and then paste. There's Kiwi. There we go. Save. Alright.
Hermione stopping abruptly.
Turn back, turn back. I don't
So what
wanna
have you
talk to
guys been
Mother
talking
Myrtle.
about?
Who? Said Harry, as they
They're
backtracked
being
quickly.
haunted.
haunts the girls' toilets on the
Ooh,
first floor.
Berserk
Said
Sephiroth.
Hermione.
Oh, hello.
Yes,
Raider.
it's
Oh
been
my
out of
god.
order all year because she
They got
was
raided?
flooding the place. I never
Press
went in there anyway if
12.
I
Be
could
right
avoid
back.
it.
Need coffee.
It's awful trying to go to
Hugs,
the loo.
Monik,
Where
Woofer.
are you?
Kirby with thick thighs. Tis
On the
near
other side of
midnight
the
for me.
dungeon was
Good
a round
night.
table,
Good
also covered in black velvet.
night.
They approached
Zadurki, thank you
but
for
next
being
moment
amazing.
stopped in their tracks,
Thick
horrified.
thighs.
The
I
smell
liked
was
it.
quite
Already have it.
Large,
My
rotten fish were
PFP
laid on
on
handsome
some
silver
places
platters.
enough to stop
Cakes
seeing.
burnt charcoal black
You're
were
seeing
heaped
enough
on
to stop
platters.
seeing.
There was
Okay.
a great maggot
Lurk
haggis,
Zadurki.
a slab of
I'm
cheese
gonna lurk
covered in
and sleep
furry green
with your
mold.
audio. Oh, thank you, thank
In
you,
pride
thank
of
you.
place, an enormous
Oh my
gray
God.
pig in the shape of a tombstone.
I have bleach
With
demonic.
tar like icing forming the words.
Does
Sir
anyone have
Nicholas
holy
Dominion
water or bleach,
Parkinson
please?
Died
I regret
31st
looking
October,
34.
1492.
Told you. But my friend, B-Day gonna be on February. If it's before February 15th, I'd say okay. Yeah, I got 5 days, so
Can you
tomorrow.
taste it if you walk through it? Harry asked him. Oh,
Tomorrow we will work
So the
on it.
ghost said,
Hey, Raiders! Sorry for not noticing you guys.
said Hermione nonchalantly.
Ghost Kid Jim. Let's see.
I feel
So,
sick, said Ron.
so,
They barely turned around, however, when a
Ghost.
little man swooped suddenly from under the table.
What were you playing
came to a
before
halt in
this? What were you
midair before them.
doing?
Hello, Peeves.
Oh man, what were you
Unlike the ghosts
doing, Ghost
around
Kid Jim?
Peeves the poltergeist was the very reverse of pale and transparent. He was wearing a bright orange party
What were you
hat, a
doing?
revolving bow tie,
Sorry,
and a broad,
sorry for
glaring,
not-
wide, wicked face.
Was playing VHS.
He said
VHS.
sweetly, offering them a bowl of
Well,
peanuts
it's-
covered in fungus.
Now I feel dumb.
No
What's
thanks,
VHS?
said Hermione. Who'd you
By the
talking
way,
about,
April, I'll work on it tomorrow. How about
said
that?
Peeves, his eyes
How about I
dancing.
will push you, if it's gonna be on the 15th, I will push you up
Myrtle.
so the
He took a
birthday
deep
boy
breath
gets
and
gets their pick.
Myrtle.
How about that?
Oh no, Peeves, don't tell her what I said. She'll be really upset.
Hermione whispered frantically.
Oh,
mean it.
well, I
I don't
guess I'll
mind
look it
her.
up.
Oh, hello,
I
Myrtle.
guess I will look it up. Hold
The
up,
squat
guys.
ghost of a girl had
Let me look
glided over.
VHS up.
She had
Hold
the
up.
longest face Harry had ever seen. Half
I'll keep up the Kodamari dumbacy because I'm not paying attention. I'm not paying attention. I should be listening to Kodamari if I'm not paying attention. Okay. Open Steam. Please and thank you. Okay, thank you. What the game's called? VHS? VHS. No, not fucking. No, quit it. VHS. VHS is for free. Okay, all right. Oh, it's for free. Oh, okay. All right. So it's Dead by Daylight, but you fight the monster. Okay. Coming soon. So for right now... Alright. Okay. Early access game, add your wish list. Okay. to the wish list. So how did you play for free? Did you get early access or something? Ah, closed beta. Is the lady eating her microphone and also playing with the electronic toothbrush? I wish I knew. Go, you and your art are wonderful. Accept the compliment. What? Me? Wonderful? I don't think that's true. I think I'm pretty cool. I think I'm pretty cool. How about that? Will you accept me? What? No. You know what? You know what, demonic woofer? I will accept a game from you. I will accept Dying Light 2 for a commission. How about that? I will accept the game for a commission. How about that? I'll feel way better if I just do a commission for you. Okay. If you keep insisting that I have to play it, and you say that you have to buy it for me, okay. If you're gonna keep pushing it, I'll accept it, but I have to do a commission for you. That way I feel better about it, okay? I feel way better if you just let me do a commission for you for it. Yep. Shy, you're always invited to the call. Come in. Shy! Shy! Hey, everybody, if you didn't know, Shy Red Fox is also a wonderful, amazing streamer who is stupendous, who gives all the love. He's so cool. I don't know what I was gonna say. I think I was gonna say something else, but yeah, he is a lovely and wonderful person. He doesn't give all the love. What's a good way to put it? He makes lovely art. He's a lovely person. He makes everybody feel lovely. But is it weird for me to call him lovely? Is it? Is it weird to call him lovely? If you guys didn't know, he also does wonderful art and is a variety streamer who is wonderful and stupendous. Yes. So I'll buy you a game and you give me a $60, a $60 commission. A $60 commission. I wouldn't say it's weird to call me that. I call people lovely all the time. Okay, okay. Yeah, we can play together, Acro. I'm gonna get dinner. But yes, Ghost Kid Jim, thank you so much for the host, and thank you so much for everything. I just want to bring that up before you head on out if you need to head on out. Let's see let's see. Ghost Kid. You know what, Ghost Kid? I love your name, Ghost Kid. From me, you get a follow. I'll give you a follow. You gave me the time of day, so I'll give you the time of day. Do it. Yeah. If you gave me a moment of your time, I'll give you a moment of my time. Thank you so much for coming in, and don't feel pressured to stay just because I gave you a follow. Do whatever you need to. If you need to head on out because you're tired, go head on out. It's fine. I'm not gonna be bothered. I'm not kicking people out. I'm just saying that normally when you end stream, you're normally tired as fuck. I also do art sometimes, so I gotta support my fellow artists. Hey! Of course, Ghost Kid Jim. If you want to show us your art, we'd love to see it. Are you on the Discord? If you're not on the Discord, let us know. Have a great night, buddy. Sleep well. Oh, you're so beautiful. You're so beautiful. You're so beautiful, boy. Are you on the Discord? Let's see. Welcome. Yeah, you're on the Discord. Show us your art. We want to see it. Have I seen your art before? Show us more. I need comparison. Give us more art. We need art. We can't. We're dying for more art. I posted a whip, but I haven't posted the finished thing, so I'll post it. Yeah. Show the art. Show the art. We're dying here. The Fox, what you up to anyway? What's the Fox doing? Are you about to stream? Are you gonna be streaming tonight? If you're not, if you are, I would love to stream with you. If not, that's okay. You can stream with, you can hang out with me. It's okay. Either way. Yeah, we need to see the art. I'm sorry. We need to see the art. I'm so sorry. I apologize, but we need to see the art. I am so sorry, but art, we need to see it. We have to compare. We have a need, and the need is more art. I posted some. Yes. Let's see it. Yeah. I remember your art. Ah. Yes. I remember your art. And then I was like, oh man, that art, we need more. Love it, Ghost Kid Jim. Love it. I'm so jealous. I wish I was that good. I wish I was that good, but I'm just one man. I sadly am not feeling well enough to stream. I'm currently animating after I got done sketching up some. I love the gals that are totally not lewd or anything. Well, if you're not feeling well, that's totally fine. You can chill out in chat, and you can just be yourself, your wonderful, beautiful self. And if you're up to it, just let us know. We're definitely down to listen to your incredible voice. And if anybody else has some wonderful art they just can't wait to show, please let us know. I have to go, my ride is here, but I'll be back once I grab dinner. That's okay, Ghost. Don't feel like you have to. Come back because you want to. We'll see you later, and you have a wonderful and stupendous day. Get some food, get some noms. Stay beautiful. Ah, yes. Yes. Zara, by the way, I hope your art's been going well. Hope everything's been going well with your art. Yes, enjoy the nums, Ghost. I didn't know ghosts need to eat, but hey, you know what? I'm not questioning it. Back to Twitch. Let's see. Who's on right now? Trevor the Higher Girl, Yanzis, Tony Kicks, Time Enjoyed. I'm just trying to see who is on. Yeah. I just didn't know Ghost eat though. Yeah. It's crazy. You learn something new every day. Yeah. Yeah. You learn something new every day. If you guys don't know, Katamari is a very good game. It's just very weird. But they've made it so many times, not changing the gameplay. Hippity hoppity, I'm about to hop into the VC. Not a problem. Setting up for the Fox. Should be ready. Is that the one you roll things? Is that the one you roll things around? Yeah. That is the one you roll things around, yes. Yes, ma'am, and you pick stuff up and then it becomes star bits And new galaxies? Yes, ma'am. New planets? Because our good friend, the king of the universe, had a drunk bender and fucking decimated the galaxy. Very weird game. It is.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. And yourself?
I am doing pretty alright.
That's good.
Yes, I am simply vibing.
Aw.
Checking in on a friend.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yay. You having fun drawing the wagon?
It's gotta be drawn.
It's
I mean,
gotta be drawn, yeah.
I don't have to draw it. I could have just not done a wagon, but I was like, to show how few supplies are coming to this hovel, it's better to show and not tell. So just to be like, hey, this is how much supplies are coming in on a regular fucking wagon. Like, it's not a lot. So yes, how have you been? Wonderful person.
I've been alright. I have been surviving.
Oh.
Yes.
If you want to talk about it, we can talk about it later, if you need to.
Nah, he's good. It's just simply my brain being stinky and giving me a hard time. Not allowing me to actually feel the energy that I need.
Fair. So what you animated?
I am just practicing animation in a program called Source Filmmaker.
This is... Do I know anything about Source filmmaking? I don't think I know anything. I think I'm poo brain. I apologize.
It's okay. It's okay, so you know about like TF2 and stuff like that.
Grammarly can help you write quickly and confidently, so you never
So
slow down. Stay on top.
Valve, the people who made TF2 and stuff, have a free program called Source Filmmaker, and it has all like TF2 maps and their models and all that stuff, and you can like animate in it and stuff like that. They basically used it to like make a lot of animations for like meet the team thingies.
Yeah.
That makes no sense. But,
No,
yeah.
I know what you're talking about. What do you mean that makes no sense? No, it makes perfect sense because that's a video, and also I know what you're talking about. I just needed a second. I needed you to explain it to my brain, and then my brain's like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, I sometimes go in there and play around with it. You know, do some little short animation thingies with it, because it's different from regular like 2D animation, because you know you're dealing with 3D models that have very simple joints and stuff. So it's a lot easier than having to do 2D animation. So I like to go in there and just make some stuff up. Just have fun with it and see what I can come up with.
Fair enough. Have you made your own models?
No, I don't know how to do that. I know that it's possible. I'm just too lazy to learn that.
I'm too lazy to learn it.
Yeah.
I mean, you could always go into VR chat.
There is VR chat.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's so many models on there and stuff like that are free and stuff like that. There are a lot of paid ones, but there's a lot of free ones.
Yeah, there's a a lot of cool ones there.
Yeah. I mean, I would love to make 3D models. I would love to get into 3D modeling, but it's just, I would do that when this was my full-time job. That's when I'll do it. Because I would love to make maps for people and stuff like that. I would love to just sit down and just draw and make 3D models of everything and stuff like that. That's my one.
Yeah. I too have dabbled a little in 3D modeling. Of course, that was like a really long time ago, but it is pretty fun when you get the hang of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I had Blender for a while, and I made some 3D models. Were they good? No, because I didn't know what I was doing, but I did make some that were pretty okay for my taste. So I do know what 3D modeling is like.
Mm-hmm.
Or, well, 3D sculpting, that is.
Right. Because that's what 3D modeling is. It's basically just sculpting.
Yeah. Yeah, it can definitely be fun once you get the hang of it and stuff.
What else would be imported? Just trying to think of like what would be like a crate. I will just draw one singular crate.
It's one singular crate.
One singular crate. To make it feel like there's a little, it's not impossible. There is some items getting sent to the hovel, but it's not like, it's not really enough to sustain the small population, and what they're having to eat right now is beans. Beans, porridge, and a few other things.
Little beans.
And it's very difficult to get stuff in there anyway because they live on a fucking mountain.
That's understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to get like supplies and stuff if you live in the mountains.
Yeah, so the biggest thing is like it could be something that's related to something later in the comic. You don't know yet. I'm just trying to keep that mystery a-going.
I see.
I don't want people to be like, oh, I skimmed through all of Code's old Twitch. It's like, guys, calm down. There's some people that are so into like lore and stuff like that, and it's like I want people to be into my stuff, but also calm it down a little bit. Push on the brakes a little bit. It's not every panel will have the most amount of lore and be like, I'm secretly this, oh my god. But I mean, MatPat has made it into a job to look for lore, so I understand why he does it. But some other people, you're just like, what? You don't get paid to do that. Why are you doing this?
You don't have to look too deep into it. Just enjoy the story.
Yeah, just enjoy. Just accept that, you know, it's not as deep as you would want it. You know, if you find something deeper meaning to all of this, that's cool. Glad you did, you know? I'm glad that it makes you happy. But don't annoy people with it. Now, if people are looking for my videos, that would be a big ego booster if people were looking for my videos and were like, oh my god, the lore that he created, and it's like, I'm not gonna tell them if nobody tell them that it's not that deep.
Yeah.
They can believe whatever they want. You see, this character is like this character, like this character. No, No. I'm not a George Lucas over here. Which I don't even think George Lucas is a George Lucas anymore. And I don't think Disney is a Disney anymore anyway.
Yeah.
But today was good. Talk to Raven.
Nice, nice. Hopefully she's doing well.
Well, she's getting ready to move, and she's having 2 parties of her leaving. Because she knows 11 people, and she cannot fit them all in her apartment at one time.
That's understandable.
So she is splitting it up between 2 going away parties. So I'm like, ooh, goodness gracious. We played some Phasmo.
Ooh, nice.
Yes, we played some Phasmo. It was quite enjoyable. Had no issues. All in all, no issues on that. We didn't die once, but we didn't get a lot of money because me and her both hate dying. So we were like, yeah, once we hit 50, we're done. We leave. I'm too spooked. Can't stay in there. And nobody else was telling us, no, we gotta stay for this. We don't even know. We don't have enough evidence. And we're like, nah, you know what? We have enough evidence. Drawing the horse's back hooves, front hooves, doing a bit, doing a thing, doing it. They're so weird. They're so fucking weird. It's so hard.
Drawing horses? Well, yeah, that's understandable. Drawing horses can definitely be a little hard because of trying to imagine how the horse would look at a certain angle. Like, it's easier to do it with like a human or a humanoid, but with a horse or any other animal, it's gonna be a bit hard.
Horse anatomy drawing.
Yes, horse.
This is why we have search engines, so I don't have to guess. No, I don't want to buy it on Amazon. Stop it. I just.
Oh, you're talking about the images
Yeah.
of horses.
I'm like, no, I just need to know so I can draw a fucking horse, guys. Help me out. Search engine, help me.
He just wants to draw a horse. Let him draw the horse.
Just want to draw a horse. So how is everything? How's every little thing? What you do today?
I mostly drew.
You mostly drew. You know what? That's fine.
Mostly drew and ate food. That's what I do every day.
That's what you do every day.
Food. Food, my beloved, and drawings.
Mm-hmm.
I made some nice drawings and then some lewd drawings. We don't worry about the lewd drawings.
Oh, they were nice. They were most likely nice too.
Yes.
No, I don't want to cut. I just want to.
Don't cut the horse.
Well, no. It was asking me, do you want to? I hit the wrong button, so it asked me, do you want to cut this layer out? And I'm like, no.
Oh no! Don't do that.
No.
No. No, don't.
Yeah,
do
of course.
that.
Yeah, of course I want to do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, it hasn't done it yet, but knock on wood, I don't want it to crash. And then I'm like, oh no.
Oh no. Did you make sure to save?
Yes, I need to hit a save.
Remember to save. Otherwise, think you're going to go poopy.
Gordon Freeman in the flesh, or the hazard suit, fits like a glove. Or the gloves, at least.
Hello, Gordon.
Hello, Gordon.
Hello, Gordon.
Hello,
Doing drugs, you say? Yes.
Doing drugs, you say?
No, lewd drugs.
Doing drugs, you say?
Oh no, not drugs.
Gatorade. We make Powerade.
Yeah. But yeah, I simply drew and had food and all that fun stuff.
Fun.
Yes.
Fun. Fungibles. Fungibles.
Fungibles. Oh, yes. But you, Kai.
Well, I wanted to spend time with Nix, but he didn't answer me till 10 p.m. And I was napping from around 9 till 10 till around 12 o'clock, and I was having weird dreams. So the night prior, I had dreams that my old family home was filled with rabbits, and they weren't like running around. They were just doing their bunny flops that they do. Right, little Kirk?
Funny.
Yeah, he, you know the bunny flops that rabbits do. So he, I just had a dream about them and some lewd stuff. And other than that, I was like, that was kind of a weird dream. But other than that, it was all good. And then I napped, and I was just having weird dreams there too. And Aaron Hansen was there, and he told me to sniff something.
Oh, doing drugs with Aaron Hansen.
No, it was an old boot that he told me to sniff. He told me to sniff an old boot, and I was so confused.
Oh, God.
And it was in my old family home again, and I'm like, what the fuck? Why is it always happening in my old family home? I don't get this. Like, I don't want to be there. Like, it's not horrible memories. It's just not great memories. And I'm like, why does it keep trying to get me to go back there? And my dad was there, my mom was there, but she was happy. And I was like, what? What's happening? This isn't my family home. But like, big TV in the living room in an area that never had a big TV, and that's about all the dream that it was. It wasn't like anything weird. And then it went lewd again, but like not like it just randomly it was like, yeah, lewd.
Oh, okay.
I was like, okay, I mean, I'm down to clown, and thank God it's not my family, but still, it's weird that it jumped from my family home to a random place I've never been, and lewd. I was like, huh? Like, what the fuck? Like, it just it swapped from that, and I'm like, what is going the fuck on?
Gotta love it when dreams are like that.
Man, I was like, you know, it's all going good. I'm like, I mean, I was still having fun hanging out with Aaron Hansen, and then my dad was hanging out in the bedroom, and then it swapped. I woke up just a little bit, and I was like, what, huh? And then I went back to bed, and I went to Lude. I was like, what? What is going on? What is going on?
What is happening?
What is happening? My mind is a fuck.
It's a fuck.
So yeah, I don't know what that was about, but I had barbecue beforehand, and I tried out the game World of Horrors. So World of Horrors, World of Horror, which is like the old like DOS games and stuff like that, of like old Japanese adventure games that have a horror vibe and all that. Good, are you okay?
Dreams that you you had you could do
I did have a dream. Yeah.
You could do so you want him to do you so much you could do anything.
Yes, I have, young child. Hello, Serious Tommy. In it.
Fan.
You know what?
Hello.
Hope you're doing well. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for coming in at the weirdest fucking times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with me, even. That's a good question. I would love to know what's wrong with me. That's a good fucking question. You let me know when you find out.
Yes.
But fungibles and all that. I was going to paint, and then I hung out with Raven. So other than that, I didn't know what I was doing today. I thought I was going to see my mother. Went to go eat with my friend, and then I called my mom, and she's like, "I'm not feeling good," and I'm like, "Oh, okay." I was like, "Do you need groceries or anything like that?" And she's like, "Nah." I was like, "Okay. Okay. Fine. Fair enough." I guess she didn't need groceries.
Didn't need any groceries.
No. But no, nothing else really came up. Other than that, this music is making me sleepy, and I have to get ready for work. I'm sorry, Heathen.
Oh no.
Oh no, it's comfy, Heathen. She's like, I'm at work, damn it.
Comfy.
No.
Comfy. Oh no.
No. Let's see. You know what? I can just play Shimigami Tensei. That'll wake you up.
Oh, I see there's beans and not safe for work. Beans.
Oh no. Not safe for work, Beans.
Not safe for work, Beans. You're the one that put the beans there.
Why?
Hello
Gordon?
Just so many beans.
Just so many beans.
Well, he said it was talking about a bee penis. So I was like, and they're like a penis? Peenie? Bleemus? And I just put beans.
Beans? Lovely.
Yes. I was like, oh, you just call it a bean. It works on so many levels. Flip. Hello, Demonic. Oh no, you should be on day off. Oh, I know it. And then we could play a horror RPG game. Which I wonder if he has done anything with his game. Let's see. I always forget the name of his game. Malison. That's what it is. Does he have a Steam page? Malison. No, he doesn't have a Steam page. Damn it. So, I'll send you the link of what I'm talking about if I can find it.
Oh, okay.
Malison. Malison game. Malison game. Malison the Cursed City is what it's called. Yeah. Copy, and I will drop the link in the chat. Yeah. So he's working on a horror RPG. Since you love the horror.
Ooh.
Since you love the horror, you know.
The horror.
The horror. The horror.
The horror.
If you didn't know, Soylent Green is people. Yeah. He's been working on it, his own video game from the assets and all that. He's gotten some help, but most of everything he has, he's done himself.
Nice.
And it just looks so good. Like, it really looks so good. Like, he's an inspiration and everything. How I found him is he was doing the art for Shut Up and Jam Gaiden 2. So he was doing for a game that is unlisted now, because the guy got the money and then ran off. No longer exists. His emails cannot be contacted. Frankie was working on his art, and then he's like, "Oh fuck." So it looked like he had been working on the game, and then just bounced.
At Express Oil Change
So Frankie's like, "Oh fuck me." So he started. Hopefully they'll get something out of it, because he sent it to a few companies to pick it up. To hopefully pick it up so that they can actually finish it. The people that actually can work on it. Mm-hmm. Because his art is everywhere in the his art was used as the main source for that game. So people are like, oh yeah, shut up and jam Gaiden. You mean the game that looks like this guy's art? It's like, oh fuck. So he has to try to sell it in some way, form or fashion. But the game he's making is a horror RPG that his art is so good. His art is just so chef kiss. It's dark. It's he's got actual like drawn angels in the game. So you know how biblical angels are supposed to look like nightmare creatures? Fucking he drew them as nightmare creatures. Well, here's the thing, Silent Hill gets me. Like, every time Silent Hill music gets me. Like, that's the thing, is like, that's why I'm not playing Silent Hill music, is because it gets me. And I'm like, I'm trying to enjoy music, and it's like, that shit gets me scared. And I'm like, what the fuck is gonna come out of this corner? It's like, nothing. I'm not playing the game. And my brain's like, no, you are playing the game.
You are playing the game.
You are. It's there. Also, don't listen to Demonic, by the way. Demonic Woofer is a follower that I have. He is a wonderful, stupendous person. Just don't listen to him, because he has a meme where he tries to make people believe that bagels and waffles are the same thing, so just letting you know.
What?
Yeah, he's been trying to push that craziness into my streams. So just letting you know, if you see that, that's Demonic. He's been doing it for a few days, and here's the thing, I kind of love the meme, because it's so random and it's so weird. There's some good classics with the vocals, yeah. Hi, yeah.
Oh, hi, Raven.
Hey, Raven!
Hello.
You are also invited to the call if you need to be. If you want to join the call, you are wonderful and stupendous. I'm just working on comic because I haven't worked on it in a bit, and I wanted to work on it. And also Fox is here because he is also beautiful and incredible.
Yes.
I don't know, do you want to be called beautiful or handsome?
You can call me handsome.
I can call you handsome? Okay, well, alright.
You can call me handsome.
Okay, alright, honey, I'll call you handsome.
Alright, darling.
Alright, darling, okay. I can call you. Well, tarnation.
Yeah, feel free to join us, Raven.
Yes.
Time.
If you have the time before your meeting, we'd love to hang out with the incorrigible and stupendous Raven.
The absolutely wonderful Raven that everybody loves.
I don't think everybody loves, but we love. I think everybody in this stream, but I'm not. I don't want to be dishonest to her.
I think Raven deserves to be loved by everyone.
It's not unusual being loved by anyone.
Fiverr freelancers develop.
It's not unusual to be.
All I did was log on.
I don't know the whole damn song.
I don't know the whole song either. Hello, Snorlax. How are you doing?
It's not unusual to be loved by anyone. It's not unusual to have fun with anyone. But when I see you hanging about with anyone, it's not unusual to see me cry. I wanna die. What? Tom Jones. What?
Wait, there are those the actual lyrics?
Yes.
What the fuck?
Oh wait. I've heard this song multiple times and I've never heard him say, I wanna die. I guess I wasn't paying attention. All the hugs to all you lovelies. I'm just gonna hang here actually. I had a really rare night. So more than 90% of it was proper sleep. So I've slept in as much as I could to abuse it. Yeah, nice. Hey Paul, can we believe bagels and pancakes are the same? Yeah. Oh shit, Lamau. That's great that you had good sleep. Yeah, it's amazing that you had good sleep. Yeah. And if you just need to just chill out and hang out, you're all good. I hope Galactic B isn't angry at me, because I wanted to work on comic and not on his commission. But I'll work on his commission after I do this panel. I'm very glad right now and rested. Nice. Good. You deserve restings.
I am still shocked that that's the actual lyrics.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tom Jones, are you okay?
Tom Jones, you want to talk about it? Hey, champ, you want to...
If you need someone to talk to, champ, I'm here for you. Come on, buddy, you can put up to me.
Yeah, don't put up walls to me, man. We just need to talk about it, Tom. Come on.
Come on, open up your heart to me, honey.
Oh my god. That was so long ago. Like, that is... I've heard it in so many gosh damn ones. Hey Paul, you sure? Screw you guys, I'm going home.
Screw you guys, I'm going home. I can't do a Cartman voice.
Screw you guys, I'm going home.
There we go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, see? Yeah.
Hey, see? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like this, yeah. We're gonna do a big heist. That's right. We're gonna do a big heist. People are gonna love it, right? Right. Right, boss. Yeah, everybody. We're gonna take them down, aren't we, boss? Shut up. We've got work to do.
You're the best, boss.
Ah, boss. I think we got a new recruit. I call him Jackie Boy.
Jackie Boy.
I love that episode. It's so fucking funny. I love that fucking Samurai Jack episode, but that's not fair. I love all the Samurai Jack episodes. I kind of feel sad that it had to end, you know?
Yeah.
But oh well. Hey, all good things.
Yeah, all good things must sadly come to an end at some point.
Except Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball Z seems to never fucking end.
Yeah, same with One Piece.
Well, One Piece is creating a story. Oh, fungibles.
If you want to eat healthy and feel your best, you gotta try Kachava. Kachava is the world's healthiest one meal shake. It's made with over 7
Starlax, honey.
No, you must pet me.
He keeps missing the chair to scratch on, and he keeps getting me.
Cheers!
You have a scratchy post that's literally right next to the chair.
Huh? What? What are you talking about? What? No, no.
No, it has to be the chair.
Highest quality
It has to be the chair.
Scratchy post? Nah. Chair.
But Dad.
But Dad.
But
chair.
It's amazing what you
But
can do.
Dad, I want to sit on the tablet.
Thousands of happy customers using Kachava
But
to achieve their health goals. It all starts with
Dad,
change in your body.
I want to eat the microphone. Don't look at me like that, sir. Don't look at me like that, young man. I give you kisses.
yes, typical kitty. Typical kitty.
Typical kitty.
Yes. Making houses, trying to make sure that they actually look correct. Angles, goddamn angles. I'm trying to make sharp angles and stuff like that. He's like, what do you want? What do you want? What do you fucking want?
He's the one in my face.
And that's how I feel like all cats are like, what do you want? It's like, what? You're the one who's asking for attention. No, I'm not. I don't know what you're talking about. Hello, Fluff. I thought it kind of fun how Goat had to listen to Ray call me to bed yesterday more and more intensely. Oh my god.
Alex, I love you.
But if you want to play games, we can play games, Raven. But if you want chill time, you can have chill time. I'm always down to play games with my friends. I'm always glad to have game time with my pals. Especially one of my favorite pals. You know his name.
Oh?
Yeah, you know his name.
Nick?
I mean, yeah. 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 But I like hanging out with everybody.
Yes. So that reminds me. Did me and Raven tell you that we figured out how playing on Stardew Valley multiplayer works? Yeah, we figured that out.
Nice. Yeah. I'm gonna chill the 30 minutes till I have to leave. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You chill out, Red. Raven. You chill out.
You chill out.
Yeah. I was just making sure that I was not putting you off, because I was like, I hope she doesn't. I want to make sure that she's happy and ready for her meeting. She always has her little meetings. I wonder what she'll do. Hopefully, maybe they have something over where she's moving. Hopefully they got a nice meeting for her. Some meetings or something like that.
Alright, go up there, kitty.
No.
No, he's already coming down again.
Yeah. No.
Alright.
It wasn't right. It wasn't right.
No.
No. Dad, you don't understand. This is all wrong. This is all wrong.
This is all wrong. I'm gonna perch right here.
I'm gonna perch right here.
Just right here.
I have friends already where I'm moving. Hell yeah. And one would love company for some things he does over the day. Another one would love to come around and teach me to bake better. Hell yeah. Hey God, hey Fox, hey Raven, hey Even, hey Demonic, hey Hot. Wait, I was here earlier. Yes, you were. That's why I'm confused. But it's okay. Heart's so sweet.
You're doing well. Yay.
I have cultivated a culture of wonderful people that have been nothing but sweethearts.
Yes.
I don't think we found a few, but not too many that I would say are too disruptive. I don't know.
Don't eat. She's trying to eat the cords.
No.
No. He can't eat the cords.
The cords. Father.
He's gonna get shot.
Father.
Father, I crave danger.
Father, please. You don't understand. It's for a TikTok.
I love you.
But yeah, I made sure to have some things to get myself out of the house in the new place too, and then of course I'm gonna also use the more time to make crafts and stream making them. Hell yeah! Did I show you the red panda avatar? Oh. Ah yes, show us the red panda avatar.
What's the red panda?
Yeah. Bart, show us. Music is a little loud compared to Fox. Okay. You got it. Yes, sir. Let's see.
Go somewhere. Don't be in front of the screen, please. I want to draw.
Let's see. Let's see if I can pump you up.
We are going to pump you up. My brother has been terrorizing me with that for a few days now.
Ah, yes! Oh, I love it. I love it, Heart. Heart sent me it, and I was like, that is cute. That is very cute.
Ah, I see.
You should show the class. Everybody would love to see it. People love your art, Heart. If you didn't know, Heart is a wonderful art streamer who is stupendous and amazing. Who also does a lot of other... He is also a variety streamer. Oh no. Flop, if you're too tired. Oh, Flop might be going to work.
Oh, work. Stinky. But money, not stinky.
They would love to see it, but don't be forced to just because I said something. Do it because you want to hard. Yes.
Relax, please. Gosh, he wants all the attention tonight. No.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, itchy. The boy's itchy.
Oh no.
His ear itch. Itch, itch.
Itch, itch, itch. Scritch, scritch, scritch. Yes.
Scritch, scritch.
It's in the just click on that link.
Ooh.
If you want to see.
Adorable. Absolutely adorable.
Online
Yes.
training for in-demand jobs. Train for jobs in IT support, project management, data analytics, user experience design, and more. Put your skills to work with a Google Career Certificate.
Okay, how does... Don't mind me, I'm just casually talking to myself.
You're all good. I have them set up for PNG tubing. Nice. You're such a good artist, Heart. If only I could be half as good as you.
Absolutely what?
And half as good as Fox too. He's so good. He's so cool. I wish I was as cool as Fox. Yes.
I think you're cool. Shush.
I think you're cool.
enough. You're cool enough. Shush.
But you're so. You're just. Your heart is amazing. Oh, thank you.
Yes. What her says. Shush.
Imagine being a good artist. Shut up, Fluff. Shut up, Fluff.
Fluff.
You're a good artist. You are a good artist. You have to believe in yourself because if you don't, who will? I was emo done by all my favorite artists when I get affiliate. Yeah. Oh man, who are we gonna pick? You got Simon. You got who else you got? You got all these lovely artists. You could get one done by your son. That would be adorable. If you got an emote done by your son. Who's your favorite artist? Yeah, who's your favorite? Even who's your favorite? Now we have to know. My vote is on Hart or who else? Simon or Fox. He's a good artist.
I think you're better.
You're like, nope. Nope, before we start this, I think you're better. What?
You're an awesome artist, Goat.
I'm an awesome artist. Oh, nice.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Nice. I'd never be able to pick favorite. Sounds mushy, but it's not something that's really pickable for me. The pickled artist. Pickled artists are you know, you gotta jar them right, you know.
Can't remember my Twitch name.
What? I'll send it to him. Hold up.
Hang on, there we go. You can see me right there in chat.
There.
Oh.
No history. Simon, Goat, Hart, and a couple of sneaky ones. Ooh, sneaky. Ooh, sneaky ones. Ooh.
Ew.
Yeah. Oh, that's where he was getting messed up. Was the is in your name. Because you could just go with Shy Red Fox, but I think there's already a Shy Red Fox, isn't there?
I think there is on Twitch. Hang on. Aggressively searches.
Aggressive.
Yes, there is.
What do they do? Or is it just a username right now?
No, it's a streamer.
Oh, okay. Good.
There's actually a few Shy Red Foxes.
Yeah, we got Japan, fantasy set in Japan. Loves Japan, everything music, EDM, and folk metal. Teaches now bidding and ancient yarn craft, think Viking Age and older, and both Tea and Coffee, her first novel, a modern mythological fantasy set in Japan, released in April 2021. And she's writing the sequel. Oh, fucking following that. Yes. Yes, we got Shady Red Fox, we got Play Red Fox.
Yeah, there's a few fox.
There's a few foxes, just like there's a few goats.
Yes.
But most of them aren't actual, like, furries. They're just greatest of all time. There's one that's a dad. And I'm like, okay.
Understandable.
And I'm like, I don't even use goat for the greatest of all time thing. I just use it because I don't think of myself like that. I use it for, like, hey, I need I need my furry avatar to be a goat.
Yes. Plus, goats are adorable.
Yes.
Yes.
Also, one day I need to commission you, by the way, Fox.
Oh.
Yes. I must commission you.
You're too sweet.
I must commission you one day when I actually can save up money.
Understandable.
Have a good one, Raven! Thank you for hanging out for as long as you have. Thank you for being awesome.
Yes. Take care, Raven.
Yes. Eat is saving money. Eating is saving money. No, I have to eat and also pay bills.
Food is good. I like food.
I do too. I might have made that too big, but I can fix it.
You can fix it.
I just want to make sure that the building looks correct in the right angle. You understand. You've been there.
Yes. Now I just need to get the touch in the eyes and this will be fun.
It is fun.
Yes.
It is fun.
It is fun.
It is fun.
What is
Fun.
Oh, you got eyes. Alright.
Oh. Hey.
Hey, almond-eyes.
Hey.
I'm totally not saying that because I also have almond eyes.
I've got green eyes.
Oh. I have hazel eyes, but they look mostly green.
Ah, adorable.
Yes. I am simply a lad.
You are a handsome lad.
Yes.
Look at him, he's so handsome.
Very handsome.
He's so handsome. He makes all the women blush.
And men.
And the men blush as well, but for other reasons.
Oh. Oh, I'm in. Hello. But yes.
All time enjoyed. Hello, Gold Red Simon. Hello.
Hello.
I have green gray eyes. Oh, that's cute. Even.
Ooh.
Welcome, time enjoyed. It's an enjoyed time raid. Enjoyed time raid. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for being amazing. Thank you for being stupendous. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you everybody for coming in. Thank you for everything. I am a art streamer that also does a few games. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for the follow. I really do appreciate it. You didn't need to. That was very nice of you, but thank you so much. Time enjoyed. Thank you. Thank you for the follow, Time. I didn't expect it, but thank you. Hope everything's going good. And hey, Simon. I'm just working on this broken fucking building. God damn it, Fox. God. Verde.
This damn building.
This damn building.
The only way to make it cooperate is to eat it. I mean, what?
What? Huh? 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 What?
Just eat the building.
Just eat it. What?
Just eat it.
You're like, I don't know why you have to make this so difficult. Just eat the damn building.
Just eat it.
Heaven gifted a tier 1 sub to Time Enjoyed. They have given 26 gift subs in the channel.
Oh, that's so sweet of you guys. Things are very good. Hope they're going well for you as well. And
Heaven gifted a tier 1 sub to Nomad.
Like
they have given 27 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you for the gift sub, Heaven. Heaven is so sweet. You don't eat your buildings normally? No, I don't. I was about to. Thanks, Eva. I was going through it. What? You guys don't need to give subs. You guys are so sweet. These guys are so sweet. Oh, by the way, everybody, if you didn't know, this wonderful lad that is hanging out with me is also a streamer that streams art.
And other stuff.
And other stuff.
Yes, like Animal Crossing.
Like Animal Crossing.
Because I'm born like that.
What are you talking about? Don't say that. Don't lie like that. Don't lie like that. Don't let him lie to you guys. He is a wonderful person that you guys should check out. At the very least, just check him out. Check a look. Oh my god. Guys! The funkin' money badger. Oh yeah. Getting a gift sub here, gift sub there. Man, everyone just hangs out here. Shakes hand. Sometimes. I recognize everyone. Oh yeah, there's lots of wonderful people here.
Lots of amazing people.
Do you know Time Enjoyed? They make wonderful art. They make wonderful stuff, right? I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong about that, right? I'm not dumb, am I? Hold up. Time Enjoyed. Please, yes, you make art. Thank God. I'm not dumb. Okay. I was like, they make art, right? I'm kidding. Getting slowly and more anxious, like, oh shit, does she? Oh my god, oh no.
Oh shit, oh fuck.
Oh god.
Sore legs? Lex, don't do that. You almost choked on a freaking cord.
But father.
But father.
What do you think his voice sounds like? Do you think it's more like deep, like father, or do you think it's more like father, papa, papa?
I don't know. Perhaps somewhere in the middle.
Oh, papa, please. Thank you so much for the scritches. I need more. Oh, it's free real estate. That's his voice. Always. Father, dear about this.
Father, I wish to give you this bird that I caught for you.
I've caught you a bird.
Father, I bring a gift.
Father, I bring you a gift.
He has actually done that before. He has actually caught birds multiple times. I don't know how. And brought them in the house, in which we had to chase them down or they were already dead.
Oh, thank God they weren't all dead.
Yeah, because we've had one bird that just went rogue in the house. It was in the living room. It was just flying all over the place. And then another one was in the garage, and we had to release Snorlax on it again because we could not reach the bird, but the cats could.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
that's sad.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like, good on him. That's sad.
Yeah.
Clean up your mess, Snorlax, but also, poor bird.
Yeah, he's also brought in he's brought in lizards. He's brought in bugs. He once brought in a baby rabbit, which was really fucking sad to see.
Snorlax, I choose you, you bastard.
You bastard.
You bastard.
I knew the moment that I said baby rabbit, you were gonna say something.
Oh yeah, did you guys see Car Kirby? That is a question that Hart had.
Car Kirby?
Yeah, Car Kirby. You didn't, have you seen that?
What is Car Kirby?
Go look it up. It was on the Direct today.
There's a Car Kirby?
Hold up, just go look it.
Kirby. What is? Oh my. Oh.
You should see the animation they use. It's kind of disturbing. It's kind of disturbing.
Oh God, Kirby, no.
Kirby, no, please don't.
Kirby, you can fit many things in your mouth. I don't think you can go that big, honey.
Oh no, he's eating gods.
What the fuck?
You know he has.
Oh, I see. Kirby becomes God.
Kirby ate God. Kirby becomes God.
Kirby becomes God. I see no other gods except me.
I see nothing else but myself. Kirby good lad.
Yes.
But he ate Car, and he become Car, and he becomes disturbing Car. Kirby! Oh man, I remember somebody had a cat that was named Kirby, and I was like, that is such an apt name, because he was fat. I was like, Jesus Christ. There's one fat cat. Yes. I love the car mode though. His little feetsies at the back. It is pretty funny. I wish he had just changed into a car, but it's that it's coming out of its mouth that's disturbing.
Kirby just... Oh no! Why is Kirby eating Herbie?
I know!
Hang on, no, let me show you this image. Where are you in my DMs? There you are.
Where are you in my DMs?
I'm right here. Kirby's eating Herbie!
Let's see. Oh! Well, that's an image. That's an image. Well, hello. You should put that in memes. That would be very funny.
Put it in memes?
Yeah, put it in memes.
Where's the meme channel? There it is.
Peace.
I found it. Kirby eating Herbie. Or Herbie.
Or Herbie!
Herbie, no!
By the way, Simon, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you, Time Enjoyed, for being awesome and being amazing. Thank you, Nailmap, for being awesome and amazing. Thank you, everyone, for being awesome and amazing. I just wanted to say that before I forgot.
Oh, Herbie. Yes.
Hope everybody is doing well. Also, if you want to tell everybody what you were doing before you raided, you can definitely do that. Or if you already left, that's totally fine too. We love you anyway.
Thanks.
It's one thing that a lot of people get annoyed by. It's like, oh, why did everybody leave right after they raid? It's like, because they gotta go to bed.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, what do you think they're doing? Do you think that they're just waiting and they're just like, oh man, oh, I can't wait to hang out all night long? It's like, no, they're going to bed most likely, or they're just chilling out and they're done with today.
Yeah, because like a lot of streamers like go for like really long hours, and it can be very exhausting. So of course they're gonna say hello, hi, and then just leave.
Yeah,
they're gone.
Yeah, some stay, and that's totally fine. And if you don't stay, I'm not like, oh, I can't believe they didn't stay. I'm more like, okay, all right.
Yeah, it's. I understand completely if someone leaves after a raid, because I understand you're tired and all that stuff. Go get some rest. But I very much rest after streams and stuff.
No, get some rest. Enjoy yourself. I would rather people enjoy themselves than be like, oh man, I'm gonna stay on this guy's channel. I'm gonna check it out. It's like, no, just if you need to go. You're good. I'm not gonna be like, oh my god, I can't believe it. They came and left. I'm gonna be like, okay, all right. Changes nothing.
Yes. Oh my god, Becky, I can't believe they left.
Oh yeah, little fucking beat.
Yeah.
His little fucking feet.
Little feetsies.
I would have liked him to just transform into a car. That would have been a cool one.
We love lurkers just as much, yes.
Oh, feetsies. I just don't like that it's coming out of his fucking mouth. That's what I'm like, it's disturbing. But you know what I would have liked? Breath of the Wild 2 news. But I want the game to be good. He does become a car in Epic Yarn. He does become a car. But I also remember Epic Yarn, it wasn't really epic, it was just fun. It was real easy and relaxing, I would say. From what I remember of Epic Yarn. Did you ever play Epic Yarn?
I don't think I did.
It was for the Wii. And it was Kirby's Epic Yarn. It was very relaxing. And everybody was made out of yarn. And everything was turned into yarn.
Everything is yarn.
Yes. And I was like, and I was quite disturbed by that.
That's understandable.
Just a personal thing. I was a bit disturbed, but it was still a relaxing game. I would say one of the more relaxing Kirby games. My sister was trying to go through all the Kirby games, and then she got to the Squeak Squad, and then she was like, and then Kirby's Mirror, and she's like, I'm done with this game. This map is too big. No, I'm good. I mean, everybody has their favorite Nintendo game. Everybody has their favorite Yoshi game. Somebody's favorite Kirby game could have been Epic Yarn. I think for what it was, I would say that it was not as big as it could have been. Because I did play Squeak Squad and Mirror, and they're fucking huge. That game does not want to end at all. It's ridiculously big, and I'm just like, oh yeah, this is what I want. I want an adventure. But some people are like, I just want a casual Kirby experience. I just want a casual Kirby experience, and that's fine. You know, that's why Kirby is made for everybody. I also don't like all Kirby games. I'm not like, oh man, I love Kirby. It's more like, yeah, if it's a good game, I'll pick it up. But if it's not a good game, I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. I'm just gonna be like, okay. I don't know. Do you play Kirby?
I haven't played any Kirby games, but I have seen others play them. Yes.
Yes.
I mostly played a game called Bully on the Wii. That's mostly what I played when I had a Wii. And then just playing Mario with my dad on the Wii.
Fair enough. I'm glad that you had fun.
Yes. It was fun. The drawing's looking good, Kai.
Oh. Shy. You like my art?
Yes, I think it's awesome.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend.
Of course.
Thank you.
You're an amazing artist.
Thank you. I didn't know how amazing Harry Potter was. He's so nice. He gave me a sock.
Harry Potter has given Dobby a sock.
I can't believe it. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby.
Bad Dobby. That house elf had some things. That poor house elf.
Poor house elves. The S word of that world.
Oh. Yeah.
I can't say that word because I'm pretty sure that even if I'm like saying it is 100% bad, Twitch might be like, well, you said that word.
Oh, you're talking about the other S word. I was thinking of a totally different S word. Okay.
Fair.
Yeah.
There's lots of S words.
Yes.
Oh, he could have been a wizard slut. You know, there is a possibility that he could have been a wizard slut.
Possibly.
Bad Dobby. Bad.
Dobby the masochist.
Oh, I've been so bad, master.
Oh no!
I have to punish myself.
No, Dobby must. No. Good God. What has this conversation turned into?
Well, just talking about Harry Potter, you know.
Yeah, just casually talking about Harry Potter and how apparently Dobby's a masochist.
Oh, also, gotta ask you a question.
Yes.
I've been listening to the audiobook of Harry Potter again. Because I've got so much fucking time on streams. It's 5-hour streams. It's a lot of time. And you know what? Listen to a few audiobooks. So I listened to the second audiobook, and I asked a pretty, pretty small question. Why doesn't Harry at all try to help the Weasleys monetarily?
Who knows?
Because in the book, there's multiple scenes of them not being able to pay for everything. Like in one of the scenes, they literally open up the Weasley's bank account and you can see inside the bank account because it's actual physical money and it's nothing. Like, it's barely anything. And Harry is rich as fuck and he doesn't even offer to give money.
Yeah.
What the fuck is up with that? Like, yeah, like, what the fuck? Like, you don't even offer to, like, help out the family or anything like that in any capacity? No?
What are you gonna even do with that money, bro?
He does nothing! Like, that's the biggest thing!
Yeah, he doesn't do anything. Most of the time, he just continues to live with his shitty aunt and uncle.
Yeah. You could help out the Weasleys. That helped you out. That's my question. Why doesn't he? Because there's not even a scene like Mrs. Weasley says, no, you are a child. You don't need to be paying for things. Just like she's just that woman. No, not even a scene like that. It's literally where he's like, I'm so embarrassed that I have so much more money than you. And that's the scene. And it's like, what? Why don't you have a scene where he's like, Mrs. Weasley, if you're having trouble, paying for everything, I could help out. No. Nope. I'll see it. I'll keep reading. And if it doesn't say until the last final bits of the word, like the final few paragraphs, that he's like, yeah, I'll offer to pay. I'm gonna say bullshit. I know the next book, he comes in, the Weasleys come into money, though. I know that. But it doesn't happen till the next fucking book. You had a whole year to help out the Weasleys, and you didn't. They have been living this kind of life for a while.
The poor Weasleys.
And also, he marries into the Weasley family, so like you're gonna have to live with that guilt on your conscience.
Yeah.
It's just not proper for a wizard to do that. It's like, no.
My money is my money. I'm not gonna help you because I'm a wizard.
Mm-hmm.
You can help yourself out.
You can help yourself out, Weasley.
Weasley.
Ronald Weasley.
Ronald Weasley.
I always think he has something in his mouth.
Yeah, Snoop sometimes sounds like that.
Sounds like you have something in your mouth. I was like, wait, hold on. Wait, I think you have something in your mouth. Sir?
Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I was biting off my cuticles on my fingers.
Whoa. It's not good. Shouldn't do that. I'm not your parents, but you shouldn't do that.
They're sticking out, so I might as well trim them down.
Don't bite them. You can peel them.
No, I'm gonna bite them. It's easier that way.
Oh my god. You know what? Biting, I thought biting was the weirdest thing for the longest time until someone had a jar of all their cuticles. And I was like, you know what? That's the weirdest. They had a jar of all their fucking cuticles and stuff like that. And I was like, you know what? Not so weird anymore.
Yeah, that's the weirdest thing I've heard of.
Yeah.
Like, I've heard stories of people, like, keeping their, like, clipped nails and stuff in jars, but, like, cuticle?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Damn, that's just something you just get rid of.
Just get rid of. No, you don't understand. No, I don't understand. You're right. No, you're right. I don't understand. It would be higher upper face. Probably around here. So just putting background objects here and there. So Fox, if you could make a video game, what would you make?
Have I told you about that one video game idea that I once had?
Go on.
So it actually kind of was inspired by a dream that I had. A lot of things that I make are inspired by dreams I've had, but anyways. So basically,
yep, sexy clowns, I know.
I mean, understandable. Have a nice day.
No, you have a thing for clowns from outer space, and you made sexy clowns. I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
I'm not wrong about that. Don't be like I'm the weird one. You're the one who did it. Don't be like, well, if that's your thing, no, you did it. So don't gaslight me.
I mean, it's true.
Don't gaslight. Be like, okay, I guess you're in that weird stuff. It's like you're the one who fucking drew it. You didn't just talk about it. You did it.
Yeah.
But go on.
Okay. So that reminds me, I have to draw clown stuff later. I want to rework one of my things. Anyways.
Oh my god. I gotta draw clown stuff. That reminds me, I need to draw clown stuff. Kai, thank you so much. I needed to draw clown stuff.
Yeah, totally clown stuff.
Nothing lascivious. How could you say it's lascivious?
Nothing lewd. Don't loot the space clown.
Don't loot the space.
Actually, those clowns could probably do some really freaky shit, especially with their tongues. Anyways.
Whoa. Whoa.
Moving on from the clown. So, the game that I'm talking about, okay, so basically, you know how at, like, holidays, you know, your family, like,
Bombards, yes.
Bombards you with, like a bunch of questions. You like, you know, like, oh, when are you gonna move up in your career? When are you gonna do this? When are you gonna do that? And all that stuff. When are you gonna actually be successful in life or something like that?
Yes.
Yeah. So basically, the main character or the protagonist, player, whatever you want to call them, is basically going through that with their own family. And they get tired of it to the point where they decide, you know what? I am going to make a deal with a demon to get all these things and show off to my family that I have all these things so they will shut up. Of course, this deal involves, you know, having to, like, sacrifice a person to keep their part of the deal up while also being able to stay successful. Of course, problem is that their family still comes up with new stuff to bombard them with. So the player has to make a yearly sacrifice, but there is a problem. The day of the sacrifice, because another thing about the sacrifice is that it has to be done on a specific day at a specific time, and the family reunion that is held every year gets changed to that time of the ritual.
Damn.
And so the player has to either decide if they are going to start skipping out on these family reunions or start sacrificing their own family to the demon. Because they can do that, because there are, you know, like every family, there is going to be shitty people and stuff in a family. So you can always get rid of those people.
The shadow realm, Jimbo. Have fun.
But of course, the one problem is trying to figure out which family member it is that would be good for the sacrifice. And you know, even if they chose not to, those people are going to the Shadow Realm. Shitty family, absolutely. And of course, if you even did decide to just skip the family reunions and stuff like that, like every year, just so you could, like, you know, do the sacrifices and stuff, eventually someone's gonna be like, hey, did we, like, do something to, like, make you mad or something? And you're like, gonna have to go anyways. There's no escaping. Which family member is good for the sacrifice? Absolutely.
Oh man, this seems like a Junji Ito kind of thing.
Yeah.
I would love to see it. It sounds like a small pixel game would be fun.
Yeah, that's what I've always, you know, pictured it as. Either like one of those or like those. Okay, so the way that I imagined like making it is that like having a pixely, you know, gameplay and then like cutscenes and stuff is more of like in my style, but like the sketchy style. It's also like colored and stuff.
I like it.
Yes.
Yes. So it's a point-and-click adventure kind of game?
Kinda. Okay. Another thing that you can do with the game is that the demon that you are making, you know, this promise to, is that a neat thing that I had an idea for is that depending on who you sacrifice, there is a chance that the demon's personality will actually change depending on who you sacrifice. So for example, if you know, sacrifice a shitty family member, you know, it stays the same. If you sacrifice someone who has unconditional love for you, the demon could possibly become a lot nicer to you and more forgiving. And I had this very fucked up idea one time of, if the player ever gets like a significant other, if you were to bring this significant other to the family reunion and find yourself in a predicament where you are very close to the deadline and you only have your partner in close range, you could kill your partner and then unlock a route of the demon suddenly being a dateable person.
That would be pretty fucked up.
It would be. I feel like there would be people who would actually be into that, though.
Yeah.
Small price to pay for dating a demon.
Yeah. What is it? So like, I think you should play some fun. I think it would be a good idea. I like it. I think it would be pretty fun and neato potato. Neato potato.
Neato potato.
Yes.
Yeah, I've thought a few times about it because I do think it's an interesting idea.
I don't think it's been. I mean, sacrifices in like pixelated games and stuff like that is not unheard of, but like actually having the main character being not the best person is actually kind of interesting. Normally they're portrayed as like, oh, I can't believe this stuff is happening to me and stuff like that. It's like, no, I knew what I was getting into, you know what you were getting into, and stuff like that.
Yeah, like I knew what I was getting into, but I didn't realize how far deep in this hole that I got myself into.
Yeah, it's very much, it sounds like a game that has definitely some potential to be interesting and stuff like that. It has a lot of potential to be its own thing, kind of, in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
So I would love to see it go somewhere and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
If you ever had the time. Yeah, I understand if you don't have the time for everything.
Yeah, that's understandable. I'm working on stories and our stuff and all that stuff.
And all that stuff. All that stuff. Hello, General. Back again.
Hello.
General.
Hello, General.
Wonderful person. Wonderful. But that's not to say not everybody else is wonderful too. You guys are pretty damn wonderful. I mean, Fox is pretty wonderful. You're damn wonderful.
And you are also very dang wonderful.
What? I'm not.
You're wonderful.
What?
Shush.
No.
Shush.
No.
Shush.
No.
Accept my compliments.
I can't believe it. How could he do this to me? How could he do this to me?
You are going to take my compliments whether you like it or not.
Damn it.
Oh dear, it is just about 3 a.m. for me.
Oh yeah, it's about 4 a.m. over here.
Oh dear.
If you need to get on out of here, go on out. You're fine. I'm not gonna be bothered.
Yeah, I am trying to get a better sleep schedule because most of the time I go to bed at like 4 or 5 a.m. Which is not the best.
It's not the
3
best.
any better? No. 3 a.m. is not the best either, but it's better than 4.
Agreed, it's better than 4, but I don't go to bed until around that time. I don't go to bed until around this time.
I love the fact that as you were saying that, you yawned.
Yeah, no, I've got an hour more to work on stuff, and I just wanted to work on my comic because I have been woefully not doing the comic, but this bee is looking pretty fly.
Yes.
That was a pun, and I'm sorry.
It's okay, I enjoy puns.
Well, thank you so much for hanging out with me for even the little amount of time you did. And I hope to see you later, and I hope to see you stream again. You're amazing and awesome, and get some rest, my friend.
Yes, you also very wonderful too. And I hope when you end stream, you get plenty of sleep.
I'll try. No promises now.
Yes. Alrighty. Goodbye.
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 Goodbye. My goodness. My goodness gravy.
Have confidence.
No confidence.
No confidence.
Thank you, General. Thank you, General. Thank you.
And thick, pearly spectacles. What? She said sulkily.
How are you, Myrtle?
Said Hermione in a falsely bright voice.
It's nice to see you out of the toilet.
Myrtle sniffed. Miss Granger was just talking about you, said Peeves slyly at Nick. Nick's very frightening and, huh, yelled Sir Patrick's head. Betty asked you to say that. If I could have everyone's attention, it's time for my speech, said Nearly Headless Nick loudly, striding towards the podium and climbing into an icy blue spotlight. My late lamented lords, ladies, and gentlemen, is my great sorrow. But nobody heard much more. Sir Patrick and the rest of the Headless Hunt had just started a game of head hockey, and the crowd were turning to watch. Nearly Headless Nick tried vainly.
What the fuck is that electric brush do? I don't know.
Gave up as Sir
I don't know why it was in the audio. It's
cheers.
so bad.
Harry was so cold by now, not to mention hungry. I can't stand much more of this, Ron muttered, his teeth chattering, as the orchestra ground back into action, cast by the flaming torches.
Yeah. I think it's the orchestra music.
Enemies of the air, beware. What's that thing hanging underneath? Said Ron, a slight quiver in his voice. As they edged nearer, Harry almost slipped over. There's a large puddle of water.
Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody's being beautiful.
And they inched towards
Hope
the
everybody's
eyes fixed on a dark shadow beneath it. All three of them realized what it was at once and leapt backwards with a splash. Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, was hanging by her tail from the torch bracket. She was stiff as a board, her eyes wide and staring. For a few seconds, they didn't move. Then Ron said, "Let's get out of here." "Shouldn't we try and help?" Harry began awkwardly. "Trust me," said Ron. "We don't want to be found here." But it was too late. A rumble, as though of distant thunder, told him that the feast had just ended. From either end of the corridor where they stood came the sound of hundreds of feet climbing the stairs, and the loud, happy talk of well-fed people. Next moment, students were crashing into the passage from both ends. The chatter, the bustle,
well, thank you, General, and everybody else. You guys are wonderful as well.
Spotted the hanging cat. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood alone in the middle of the corridor. A silence fell among the mass of students, pressing forward to see the grisly sight.
Not a lot.
Then someone shouted
not a
through
lot
the quiet.
is left.
Enemies of the
But
air,
I have to say, I do apologize.
Mudbloods. It was
But
Draco Malfoy.
you have to
He
be
pushed in
working
front of
here
the crowd,
to actually
eyes alive. His
buy
usually
any
bloodless
kind of
face
food.
flushed as he grinned at the sight of the hanging immobile cat. Chapter 9. The Writing on the Wall. What's going on here? What's going on? Attracted, no doubt, by Malfoy's shout, Argus Filch came shouldering his way through the crowd. Then he saw Mrs. Norris and fell back, clutching his face in horror. My cat! My cat! What's happened to Mrs. Norris? He shrieked, and his popping eyes fell on Harry. You! He screeched. You've murdered my cat! You've killed her! I'll kill you! Argus? Dumbledore had arrived on the scene, followed by a number of other teachers. In seconds, he had swept past Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and attached Mrs. Norris from the torch bracket. Come with me, Argus, he said to Filch.
Yeah, have a good time and goes fast and work.
Lockhart stepped forward.
Have a good time.
My office is...
Yeah, having a good time always gets everything done so much more quickly.
Thank you, Gilderoy, said Dumbledore. The silent crowd parted to let them pass. Lockhart, looking excited and important, hurried after Dumbledore. So did Professors McGonagall and Snape. As they entered Lockhart's darkened office, there was a flurry of movement across the walls. Harry saw several of the Lockharts in the pictures dodging out of sight, their hair in rollers. The real Lockhart lit the candles on his desk and stood back. Dumbledore laid Mrs. Norris on the polished surface and began to examine her. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged tense looks and sank into chairs outside the pool of candlelight, watching. The tip of Dumbledore's long, crooked nose was barely an inch from Mrs. Norris's fur. He was looking at her closely, through his half-moon spectacles, his long fingers gently prodding and poking. Professor McGonagall was bent almost as close, her eyes narrowed. Snape loomed behind them, half in shadow, wearing a most peculiar expression. It was as though he was trying hard not to smile. And Lockhart was hovering around all of them, making suggestions. It was definitely a curse that killed her. Probably the transmorphic torture.
I hope my work goes
I've
fast.
seen you many times. So unlucky I wasn't there. I know the very counter curse that would have saved her. Lockhart's comments were punctured by Filch's dry, raking sobs. He was slumped in a chair by the desk, unable to look at Mrs. Norris, his face in his hands. Much as he detested Filch, Harry couldn't help feeling a bit sorry for him, though not nearly as sorry as he felt for himself. If Dumbledore believed Filch, he would be expelled for sure. Dumbledore was now muttering strange words under his breath and tapping Mrs. Norris with his wand, but nothing happened. She continued to look as though she had been recently stuffed. I remember something very similar happening in Ogodowan, said Lockhart. A series of attacks. The full stories in my autobiography. I was able to provide the townsfolk with various amulets, which cleared the matter up at once. The photographs of Lockhart on the walls were all nodding in agreement as he talked. One of them had forgotten to remove his hairnet. At last, Dumbledore straightened up. She's not dead, Argus, he said softly. Lockhart stopped abruptly in the middle of counting the number of murders he'd prevented. Not dead? Choked Filch, looking through his fingers at Mrs. Norris. But why is she all stiff and frozen? She has been petrified, said Dumbledore. Ah, I thought so, said Lockhart. But how, I cannot say. Ask him, shrieked Filch, turning his blotched and tear-stained face to Harry. No second year could have done this, said Dumbledore firmly. It would take dark magic of the most advanced. He did it! He did it! Filch spat, his pouchy face purpling. You saw what he wrote on the wall. He found it in my office. He knows I'm a... Filch's face worked horribly. He knows I'm a squib, he finished. I never touched Mrs. Norris, Harry said loudly, uncomfortably aware of everyone looking at him, including all the Lockharts on the walls. And I don't even know what a squib is. Rubbish, snarled Filch. He saw my cookie spell letter. If I might speak, Headmaster, said Snape from the shadows, and Harry's sense of foreboding increased. He was sure nothing Snape had to say was going to do him any good. Potter and his friends may have simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time, he said, a slight sneer curling his mouth, as though he doubted it. But we do have a set of suspicious circumstances here. Why were they in the upstairs corridor at all? Why weren't you at the Halloween feast? Harry, Ron, and Hermione all launched into an explanation about the Death Day party. There were hundreds of ghosts. They'll tell you we were there. But why not join the feast afterwards? Said Snape, his black eyes glittering in the candlelight. Why go up that corridor? Ron and Hermione looked at Harry. Because, Harry said, his heart thumping very fast. Something told him it would sound very far-fetched if he told them he had been led there by a bodiless voice no one but him could hear. Because we were tired and wanted to go to bed, he said. Without any supper? Said Snape, a triumphant smile flickering across his gaunt face. I didn't think ghosts provided food fit for living people at their parties. We weren't hungry, said Ron loudly, as his stomach gave a huge rumble. Snape's nasty smile widened. I suggest, Headmaster, that Potter is not being entirely truthful, he said. It might be a good idea if we were deprived of certain privileges until he is ready to tell us the whole story. I personally feel he should be taken off the Gryffindor Quidditch team until he is ready to be honest. Truly, Severus, said Professor McGonagall sharply. I see no reason to stop the boy playing Quidditch. This cat wasn't hit over the head with a broomstick. There is no evidence at all that Potter has done anything wrong. Dumbledore was giving Harry a searching look. His twinkling light blue gaze made Harry feel as though he was being x-rayed. Innocent until proven guilty, Severus, he said firmly. Snape looked furious. So did Filch. My cat has been petrified, he shrieked, his eyes popping. I want to see some punishments! We will be able to cure her, Argus, said Dumbledore patiently. Madam Sprout recently managed to procure some mandrakes. As soon as they have reached their full size, I will have a potion made which will revive Mrs. Norris. I'll make it, Lockhart butted in. I must have done it 100 times. I could whip up a mandrake and stir a cat in my sleep. Excuse me, said Snape icily, but I believe I am the potions master at this school. There was a very awkward pause. You may go, Dumbledore said to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. They went as quickly as they could without actually running. When they were floor up from Lockhart's office, they turned into an empty classroom and closed the door quietly behind them. Harry squinted at his friends' darkened faces. Do you think I should have told him about that voice I heard? No, said Ron without hesitation. Hearing voices no one else can hear isn't a good sign, even in the wizarding world. Something in Ron's voice made Harry ask, You do believe me, don't you? Of course I do, said Ron quickly. But you must admit it's weird. I know it's weird, said Harry. The whole thing's weird. What was that writing on the wall about? The chamber is being opened? What's that supposed to mean? You know, it rings a sort of bell, said Ron slowly. I think someone told me a story about a secret chamber at Hogwarts once. Might have been Bill. And what on earth is a squib? Said Harry. To his surprise, Ron stifled a snigger. Well, it's not that funny, really. But yes, it's Filch, he said. A squib is someone who was born into a wizarding family that hasn't got any magic powers. Kind of the opposite of muggle-born wizards. But squibs are quite unusual. If Filch is trying to learn magic from a quickie spell course, I reckon he must be a squib. It would explain a lot, like why he hates students so much. Ron gave a satisfied smile. He's bitter. A clock chimed somewhere. Midnight, said Harry. We better get to bed before Snape comes along and tries to frame us for something else. For a few days, the school could talk.
What are you talking about? Snape protected you. He just wants you to be honest about it.
By pacing the spot where she had been attacked, as though he thought the attacker might come back. Harry had seen him scrubbing the message on the wall with Mrs. Scour's all-purpose magical mess remover, but to no effect. The words still gleamed as brilliantly as ever on the stone. When Filch wasn't guarding the scene of the crime, he was skulking, red-eyed through the corridors, lunging out at unsuspecting students and trying to put them in detention for things like breathing loudly and looking happy. Ginny Weasley seemed very disturbed by Mrs. Norris's fate. According to Ron, she was a great cat lover.
But you hadn't really got to know Mrs. Norris,
Ron told her bracingly.
Honestly, we're much better off without her.
Ginny's lip trembled.
Wow.
Stuff like this doesn't often happen at Hogwarts,
Ron assured her.
They'll catch the nutter who did it and have him out of here in no time. I just hope he's got time to petrify Filch before he's expelled. I'm only joking,
Ron added hastily, as Ginny bawled. The tack had also had an effect on Hermione. It was quite usual for Hermione to spend a lot of time reading, but she was now doing almost nothing else. Nor could Harry and Ron get much response from her when they asked what she was up to. And not until the following Wednesday did they find out. Harry had been held back in potions, where Snape had made him stay behind to scrape tomb worms off the desks. After a hurried lunch, he went upstairs to meet Ron in the library, and saw Justin Finch Fletchley, the Hufflepuff boy from Herbology, coming towards them. Harry had just opened his mouth to say hello when Justin caught sight of him, turned abruptly, and sped off in the opposite direction. Harry found Ron at the back of the library, measuring his history of magic homework. Professor Binns had asked for a 3-foot-long composition on the medieval assembly of European wizards.
I don't believe it! I'm still 8 inches short,
said Ron furiously, letting go of his parchment, which sprang back into a roll.
And Hermione's done 4 feet 7 inches, and her writing's tiny.
Where is she? Asked Harry, grabbing the tape measure and unrolling his own homework.
Somewhere over there,
said Ron, pointing along the shelves.
Looking for another book. I think she's trying to read the whole library before Christmas.
Harry told Ron about Justin Finch Fletchley running away from him.
Don't know why you care. I thought he was a bit of an idiot,
said Ron, scribbling away, making his writing as large as possible.
All that rubbish about Lockhart being so great.
Hermione emerged from behind the bookshelves, and at last seemed ready to talk to them.
All the copies of Hogwarts history have been taken out,
she said, sitting down next to Harry and Ron.
And there's a 2-week waiting list. I wish I hadn't left my copy at home, but I couldn't fit it in my trunk with all the Lockhart books.
Why do you want it? Said Harry.
The same reason everyone else wants it,
said Hermione.
To read up on the legend of the Chamber of Secrets.
What's that? Said Harry quickly.
That's just it. I can't remember,
said Hermione, biting her lip.
And I can't find the story anywhere
Have
else.
coffee now.
Hermione, let me read your composition.
Have coffee,
said Ron desperately, checking his watch.
No, I won't,
said Hermione, suddenly severe.
You've had 10 days to finish it.
I only need another 2 inches. Go on.
The bell rang. Ron and Hermione led the way to History of Magic, bickering. History of Magic was the dullest subject on their timetable. Professor Binns, who taught it, was their only ghost teacher. And the most exciting thing that ever happened in his classes was entering the room.
Of course I do, sir. Everybody knows that. Of course we do, sir. I always have coffee when I watch Radar. You know that. Of course I do, sir. Everybody knows that. Of course we do, sir.
Great movie.
Number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you'd want in your Burger King burger is someone's foot fungus, but as it turns out, that might be what you get.
Yeah, it might be what you get.
Through the blackboard. Ancient and shriveled, many people said he
Oh
hadn't
my
noticed
god,
he
the
was
meme.
dead. He'd simply got up to teach one day and left his body behind him in an armchair in front of the staff room fire. His routine had not varied in the slightest since. Today was as boring as ever. Professor Binns opened his notes and began to read a flat drone, like an old vacuum cleaner, until nearly everyone in the class was in a deep stupor. occasionally coming round long enough to copy down a name or date, then falling asleep again. He'd been speaking for half an hour when something happened that had never happened before. Hermione put up her hand. Professor Binns, glancing up in the middle of a deadly dull lecture on the International Warlock Convention of 1289, looked amazed. Miss,
Granger, Professor. I was wondering if you could tell us anything about the Chamber of Secrets,
said Hermione in a clear voice. Dean Thomas, who had been sitting with his mouth hanging open, gazing out of the window, jerked out of his trance. Lavender Brown's head came up off her arms, and Neville's elbow slipped off his desk. Professor Binns blinked.
My subject is history of magic,
he said in his dry, wheezing voice.
I deal with facts, Miss Granger, not myths and legends.
He cleared his throat with a small noise like chalk snapping, and continued.
In September of that year, a subcommittee of Serendinian sorcerers...
He stuttered to a halt. Hermione's hand was waving in the air again.
Have confidence.
No
Sir,
confidence.
don't legends always have a basis in fact?
No confidence.
Looking at her and
Hey, just wondering if you got your photos printed?
Logos printed?
What?
such amazement, Harry was sure that no student had ever interrupted him before, alive or dead.
Well,
said Professor Binns slowly.
Yes, one could argue that, I suppose.
He peered at Hermione, as though he had never seen a student properly before.
However, the legend of which you speak is such a very sensational, even ludicrous tale.
But the whole class was now hanging on Professor Binns' every word. He looked dimly at them all, every face turned to his. Harry could tell he was completely thrown by such an unusual show of interest.
Oh, very well,
he said slowly.
Let me see. The Chamber of Secrets. You all know, of course, that Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago. The precise date is uncertain, but the 4 greatest witches and wizards of the age, the 4 schoolhouses are named after them. Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. They built this castle together, far from prying Muggle eyes, for it was an age when magic was feared by common people, and witches and wizards suffered much persecution.
He paused, gazed blearily around the room, and continued.
For a few years the founders worked in harmony together, seeking out youngsters who showed signs of magic and bringing them to the castle to be educated.
Report to the ship as soon as possible.
Between them, a rift began to grow between Slytherin and the others. Slytherin wished to be more selective about the students admitted to Hogwarts. He believed that magical learning should be kept within all magic families. He disliked taking students of Muggle parentage, believing them to be untrustworthy. After a while, there was a serious argument on the subject between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Slytherin left the school.
Professor Binns paused again, pursing his lips, looking like a wrinkled old tortoise.
Reliable historical sources tell us this much,
he said.
But these honest facts have been obscured by the fanciful legend of the Chamber of Secrets. The story goes that Slytherin had built a hidden chamber in the castle, of which the other founders knew nothing. Slytherin, according to the legend, sealed the chamber.
Thank you for being amazing, Hart. Thank you for hanging out with me for as long as you have. I know you got. Can I call you Daddy? No.
The heir alone would be able to unseal the Chamber of Secrets.
You cannot. But you can call me friend.
And use it to
you can call me your friend, Hart.
Who were unworthy to study magic.
There was silence as he finished telling the story, but it wasn't the usual sleepy silence
of
Professor Binns' classes.
But we can be good friends.
As everyone continued to watch him, hoping for more.
We can be wonderful,
Professor
good friends.
Binns looked faintly annoyed.
The whole thing's errant nonsense, of course,
he said.
Naturally, the school has been searching for evidence of such a chamber many times. By the most learned witches and wizards, it does not exist. A tale told to frighten the gullible.
Hermione's hand was back in the air.
Sir, what exactly do you mean by the horror within the chamber?
That is believed to be some sort of monster, which the heir of Slytherin alone can control,
said Professor Binns in his dry, reedy voice. The class exchanged nervous looks.
I tell you, the thing does not exist,
said Professor Binns, shuffling his notes.
There is no chamber and no monster.
But, sir, said Seamus Finnegan, if the chamber can only be opened by Slytherin's true heir, no one else would be able to find it, would they?
Nonsense, O'Flaherty,
said Professor Binns in an aggravated tone.
Yay!
It's a long succession of Hogwarts headmasters and headmistresses haven't found the thing.
But Professor,
piped up Parvati Patil,
you'd probably have to use dark magic to open it.
Just because a wizard doesn't use dark magic doesn't mean he can't, Miss Pennyfeather,
snapped Professor Binns.
I repeat, if the likes of Dumbledore...
But maybe you've got to be related to Slytherin, so Dumbledore couldn't, began Dean Thomas, but Professor Binns had had enough.
That will do,
he said sharply.
It is a myth. It does not exist. There's not a shred of evidence that Slytherin ever built so much as a secret broom cupboard. I regret telling you such a foolish story. We will return, if you please, to history, to solid, believable, verifiable fact.
And within 5 minutes, the class had sunk back into its usual torpor. I always knew Salazar Slytherin was a twisted old loony, Ron told Harry and Hermione, as they fought their way through the team
guys.
At the end of the lesson.
The villain,
I never knew he started all this pureblood stuff. I wouldn't be in his house if he paid me. Honestly,
the villain house.
If the Sorting Hat had tried to put me in Slytherin, I've got the train
I'm very confused by this. It's like, why is there a villain house?
His stomach had just dropped unpleasantly. Harry had never told Ron and Hermione that the Sorting Hat had seriously considered putting him in Slytherin. He could remember, as though it was yesterday, the small voice that had spoken in his ear when he placed the hat on his head a year before.
You could be great, you know. It's all here in your head, and Slytherin would help you on your way to greatness. No doubt about that.
Oh yeah, Slytherin, evil. It's like, no, the house does not...
desperately, not Slytherin. And the hat had said,
oh, well, if you're sure, better be Gryffindor!
As they were shunted along in the throng, Colin Creevey went past.
Hiya, Harry.
Oh, Colin, said Harry automatically.
Harry, a boy in my class has been saying you're...
But Colin was so small he couldn't fight against the tide of people bearing him towards the Great Hall. They heard him squeak, "See, Harry?" and he was gone.
What's a boy in his class saying about you?
Hermione wondered. That I'm Slytherin's heir, I expect, said Harry, his stomach dropping another inch or so, as he suddenly remembered the way Justin Finch Fletchley had run away from him at lunchtime. People here will believe anything, said Ron in disgust. The crowd thinned and they were able to climb the next staircase without difficulty. Do you really think there's a Chamber of Secrets? Ron asked Hermione.
I don't know,
said Hermione, frowning.
Dumbledore couldn't cure Mrs. Norris, and that makes me think that whatever attacked her might not be, human.
As she spoke, they turned a corner and found themselves at the end of the very corridor where the attack had happened. They stopped and looked. The scene was just as it had been last night, except there was no stiff cat hanging from the torch bracket, and an empty chair stood against the wall, bearing the message, "The chamber has been opened." That's where Filch has been keeping guard, Ron muttered. They looked at each other. The corridor was deserted. Can't hurt to have a poke around, said Harry, dropping his bag and getting to his hands and knees so that he could crawl along searching for clues. Scorch marks, he said. Here and here.
Come and look at this,
said Hermione.
This is funny.
Harry got up and crossed to the window next to the message on the wall. Hermione was pointing at the topmost pane. About 20 spiders were scuttling, apparently fighting to get through a small crack in the glass. A long silvery thread was dangling like a rope, as though they had all climbed it in their hurry to get outside.
Have you ever seen spiders act like that?
Said Hermione wonderingly. No, said Harry. Have you, Ron? Ron? He looked over his shoulder. Ron was standing well back, and seemed to be fighting the impulse to run. What's up? Said Harry. I don't like the spiders, said Ron tensely.
I never knew that,
said Hermione, looking at Ron in surprise.
You've used spiders in potions loads of times.
I don't mind them dead,
said Ron, who was carefully looking anywhere but at the window.
I just don't like the way they move.
Hermione giggled.
It's not funny,
said Ron fiercely.
If you must know, when I was 3, Fred turned my teddy bear into a dirty great spider because I broke his toy broomstick. You wouldn't like them either if you'd been holding your bear and suddenly it had too many legs and...
He broke off, shuddering. Hermione was obviously still trying not to laugh. Feeling they had better go off the subject, Harry said, Remember all that water on the floor? Where did that come from? Someone's mopped it up.
It was about here,
said Ron, recovering himself to walk a few paces past Filch's chair and pointing.
Level with this door.
He reached for the brass doorknob, but suddenly withdrew his hand, as though he'd been burned. What's the matter? Said Harry.
Can't go in there,
said Ron gruffly.
That's the girls' toilet.
Oh, Ron, there won't be anyone in there,
said Hermione, standing up and coming over.
That's Moaning Myrtle's place. Come on, let's have a look.
And ignoring the large out-of-order sign, she opened the door. It was the gloomiest, most depressing bathroom Harry had ever set foot in. Under a large, cracked and spotted mirror were a row of chipped stone sinks. The floor was damp and reflected the dull light given off by the stubs of a few candles, burning low in their holders. The wooden doors to the cubicles were flaking and scratched, and one of them was dangling off its hinges. Hermione put her finger to her lips and set off towards the end cubicle. When she reached it, she said,
Hello, Myrtle. How are you?
Harry and Ron went to look. Moaning Myrtle was floating on the cistern of the toilet, picking a spot on her chin.
This is the girls' bathroom,
she said, eyeing Ron and Harry suspiciously.
They are not girls.
No,
Hermione agreed.
I just wanted to show them how nice it is in here.
She waved vaguely at the dirty old mirror and the damp floor. Ask her if she saw anything, Harry mouthed at Hermione.
What are you whispering?
Said Myrtle, staring at him. Nothing, said Harry quickly.
We wanted to ask. I wish people would stop talking behind my back,
said Myrtle, in a voice choked with tears.
I do have feelings, you know, even if I am dead.
Myrtle, no one wants to upset you,
said Hermione.
Harry only...
No one wants to upset me. That's a good one,
howled Myrtle.
My life was nothing but misery at this place, and now people come along ruining my death.
We wanted to ask you if you'd seen anything funny lately,
said Hermione quickly.
Because the cat was attacked right outside your front door on Halloween.
Did you see anyone near her that night? Said Harry.
I wasn't paying attention,
said Myrtle dramatically.
Peeves upset me so much I came in here and tried to kill myself. Then, of course, I remembered that I'm
already dead, said Ron helpfully. Myrtle gave a tragic sob, rose up in the air, turned over and dove headfirst into the toilet, splashing water all over them and vanishing from sight. From the direction of her muffled sobs, she'd come to rest somewhere in the U-bend. Harry and Ron stood with their mouths open, but Hermione shrugged wearily and said,
Honestly, that was almost cheerful for Myrtle. Come on, let's go.
Harry had barely closed the door on Myrtle's gurgling sobs when a loud sound made all three of them jump. Then! Percy Weasley had stopped dead at the head of the stairs, prefect badge agleam, an expression of complete shock on his face. That's a girl's bathroom! He gasped. What were you...
Just having a look around?
Ron shrugged.
Clues, you know?
Percy swelled in a manner that reminded Harry forcefully of Mrs. Weasley.
Get away from there,
he said, striding towards them, and starting to shiver them along, flapping his arms.
Zadurkey, what you thanking me for?
Going back here while everyone
What you thanking me for? What did I do?
Said Ron hotly,
powering off.
Short and
all right.
At Percy.
Listen,
have a good one, Zadurk. Enjoy yourself, and thank you for the lurk.
but she still seems to think
Thank
we're
you
going to be
for
fed.
the amazing
I've never seen
time.
her so
Have
upset,
a good
crying her
time.
eyes out.
Bum bum.
You might think of her. All the first years are thoroughly overexcited by this business. You don't care about Ginny, said Ron, whose ears were reddening now. You're just worried I'm going to mess up your chances of being head boy. 5 points from Gryffindor, Percy said terrorishly, fingering his prefect badge. And I hope it teaches you a lesson. No more detective work, or I'll write to Mom.
How long has he even been online?
The back of his neck as red as Ron's ears. Harry, Ron, and Hermione chose seats as far as possible from Percy in the common room that night. Ron was still in a very bad temper, and kept blotting his charms homework. When he reached absently for his wand to remove the smudges, it ignited the parchment. Viewing almost as much as his homework, Ron slammed the Standard Book of Spells Grade 2 shut. To Harry's surprise, Hermione followed suit. Who could it be, though? Said Hermione in a quiet voice, as though continuing a conversation they had just been having. Who would want all the squibs and motherboards out of Hogwarts?
Lovely day for it.
Said Ron.
Lovely day for it. Yes, yes. Now,
he looked at Hermione.
Just
Hermione looked back.
turn the opacity a little bit down.
If you're
just
talking about Malfoy, of course I am, said Ron. You heard him. You'll be next, mudbloods. Come on. You've only got to look at his foul rat face to know it's him. Malfoy, the heir of Slytherin? Said Hermione skeptically. Look at his family, said Harry, closing his books too. The whole lot of them have been in Slytherin. He's always boasting about it. They could easily be Slytherin's descendants. His father's definitely evil enough. They could have had the key for the Chamber of Secrets for centuries.
Yes,
said Ron.
hot.
Handing it down, follow his
I didn't
son.
know. I thought he
Well,
was working
said Hermione
today.
cautiously. I suppose
I
it's
thought he
possible,
was going to work
but how do
today.
we
I
prove
guess
it?
she.
Said Harry
I
darkly.
guess they didn't need her.
There might be a way, said Hermione slowly, dropping her voice still further with a quick glance across the room to
Which
Percy.
she's probably like, yes.
Of course,
I
it
will
would be
stream.
difficult and dangerous. Very dangerous. We'll be breaking about 50 school rules, I expect. If in a month or so you feel like explaining, you will let us know, won't you? Said Ron irritably. All right, said Hermione coldly. What we need to do is get inside the Slytherin common room and ask Malfoy a few questions without him realizing it's us. But that's impossible, Harry said as Ron laughed. No, it's not, said Hermione. All we'd need would be some Polyjuice potion. What's that? Said Ron and Harry together. Snape mentioned it in class a few weeks ago. Do you think we've got nothing better to do in potions than listen to Snape? Muttered Ron. It transforms you into somebody else. Think about it. We could change to 3 of the Slytherins. No one would know it was us. Malfoy would probably tell us anything. He's probably boasting about it in the Slytherin common room right now. If only we could hear him.
Oh my god. They always think it's them. That's such a dick move. Like it's just a house. It's just a house, guys.
Waving her hand impatiently. But getting hold of the recipe will be very difficult. Snape said it was in a book called Mas de Ponente, Potions, and it's bound to be in the restricted section of the library. There was only one way to get out a book from the restricted section. We needed a signed note of permission from a teacher. Hard to see why we'd want the book, really, said Ron, if we were going to try and make one of the potions. I think, said Hermione, that if we made it sound as though we were just interested in the theory, we might stand a chance. Oh, come on, no teacher's gonna fall for that, said Ron. They'd have to be really thick.
Well, the house is chosen based on Hat's reading of a person's psyche. Yeah, but Harry was going to be in the house. So that means that his psyche, there was a possibility that he could have been in the house, which means he's a villain. No, it means that that it's about getting what you want and stuff like that. And, you know, Ravenclaw is also pretty heavily like, oh, we got this, like real powerhouse heavy. And all about that precision of knowledge. But like, just because you're Slytherin doesn't mean you're evil. Yeah, I'm just like, I don't like that. Like, Wouldn't that just be like the worst? Like you're like first year in Slytherin, and then you hear shit like that where it's like, oh yeah, Slytherin, they've got this whole dark wizard shit, and then you find out it's fucking true. I'd be like, is there any way I could fucking change houses? Because I don't want to hear these bastards anymore. Like
First charm. He let out a piteous moan. Go on, Harry. Higher than that. Good. The fur vanished. The fangs shrank, and he turned back into a man. Simple yet effective. And another village will remember me forever as the hero who delivered them from the monthly terror of werewolf attacks. The bell rang and Lockhart got to his feet. Homework! Compose a poem about my defeat of the Waggle Waggle Werewolf. Signed copies of Magical Me to the author of the best one. The class began to leave. Harry returned to the back of the room where Ron and Hermione were waiting. Ready? Harry muttered.
Wait until everyone's gone.
That is a good brush, though. Fingy brush. Fingy brush does look good.
Desk, a piece of paper clutched tightly in her hand. Harry and Ron right behind her.
Professor Lockhart?
Hermione stammered.
I wanted to get this book out of the library, just for background reading.
She held out the piece of paper, her hand shaking slightly.
But the thing is, it's in the restricted section of the library, so I need a teacher to sign for it. I'm sure it would help me understand what you say in Gabbing with Ghouls about slow-acting venoms.
Gabbing with Ghouls, said Lockhart, taking the note from Hermione and smiling widely at her. Possibly my favorite book. You enjoyed it?
Oh yes,
said Hermione eagerly.
So clever, the way you trapped the last one with the tea strainer.
Well, I'm sure no one will mind me giving the best student in the year a little extra help, said Lockhart warmly, and he pulled out an enormous peacock quill. Yes, nice, isn't it? He said, misreading the revolted look on Ron's face. I usually save it for book signings. He scrawled an enormous loopy signature on the note and handed it back to Hermione. So, Harry, said Lockhart, while Hermione folded the note with fumbling fingers and slipped it into her bag. Tomorrow's the first Quidditch match of the season, I believe. Gryffindor against Slytherin, is it not? I hear you're a useful player. I was a seeker, too. I was asked to try for the national squad, but prefer to dedicate my life to the eradication of the dark forces. Still, if ever you feel the need
Fuzzy
for
are going gamers.
training, don't hesitate to
Amazing. It's going alright. It's going alright. I don't know what Galactic B is saying. It's going alright. I saw the fingy brush. Could you link me the fingy brush?
He said as the three of them examined the signature on the note.
Just give it a try.
It's because he's a brainless git, said Ron.
Is it good? What do you think about the fingy brush?
He's not a brainless git,
said Hermione shrilly, as they half ran towards the library. Just because he said you were the best student in the year. They dropped their voices as they entered the muffled stillness of the library. Madame Pince, the librarian, was a thin, irritable woman who looked like an underfed vulture.
Because it's all...
Most potent potions?
I had trouble with it before I just now learned how to properly use it. Oh, okay. The fingy brush. And you're having trouble with a pose? A particular pose?
Said Ron, wrenching it from her grasp and thrusting it at Madame Pince. We'll get you another autograph. Lockhart will sign anything if it stands still long enough. Madame Pince held the note up to the light, as though determined to detect forgery, but it passed the test. She stalked away between the lofty shelves and returned 7 minutes later, carrying a large and moldy-looking book. Hermione put it carefully into her bag, and they left, trying not to walk too quickly or look too guilty. 5 minutes later, they were barricaded in Moaning Myrtle's out-of-order bathroom once again. Hermione had overridden Ron's objections by pointing out that it was the last place anyone in their right minds would go, so they were guaranteed some privacy. Moaning Myrtle was crying noisily in her cubicle, but they were ignoring her, and she them. Hermione opened most potent potions carefully, and the three of them bent over the damp, spotted pages. It was clear from a glance why it belonged in the restricted section. Some of the potions had effects almost too gruesome to think about, and there were some very unpleasant illustrations, which included a man who seemed to have been turned inside out, and a witch sprouting several extra pairs of arms out of her head.
Here it is,
said Hermione excitedly.
I want to know about those potions. Those potions sound badass.
With drawings of people halfway through transforming into other people. Harry sincerely hoped the artist had imagined the looks of intense pain on their faces.
Ah, there it is. Club Studio. Ah, okay.
Said Hermione as they scanned the recipe.
Lace wing flies, leeches, fluxweed, and knotgrass, she murmured, running her finger down the list of ingredients.
Finger brushes.
They're easy enough. They're in the student store cupboard. We can help
look
ourselves.
it up. I'll look it up on assets.
Powdered horn of bicorn. Don't know where we're going to get that. Shredded skin of a boomslang? That'll be tricky too. And of course, a bit of whoever we want to change into.
Excuse me? Said Ron sharply. What do you mean, a bit of whoever we're changing into? I'm drinking nothing with crab's toenails in it. Hermione continued as though she hadn't heard him.
We don't have to worry about that yet, though, because we add those bits last.
Ron turned, speechless, to Harry, who had another worry. Do you realize how much we're going to have to steal, Hermione? Shredded skin of boomslang? That's definitely not in the student's cupboard. What are we going to do? Break into Snape's private stores? I don't know if this is a good idea. Hermione shut the book with a snap.
Well, if you two are going to chicken out, fine, she said.
There were bright pink patches on her cheeks, and her eyes were brighter than usual.
I don't want to break the rules, you know. I think threatening Muggleborns is far worse than brewing up a difficult potion. But if you don't want to find out if it's Malfoy, I'll go straight to Madame Pince now and hand the book back in.
I never thought I'd see the day when you'd be persuading us to break the rules, said Ron. All right, we'll do it. But not toenails, okay? How long will it take to make, anyway? Said Harry as Hermione, looking happier, opened the book again.
Well, as the fluxseed has got to be picked at the full moon, and the lace wings have got to be stewed for 21 days, I'd say
it's
it'd be ready
downloading.
in about a month.
Downloading. Finger brushes.
A month? Said Ron. Malfoy could have attacked half the Muggleborns in the school by then. But Hermione's eyes narrowed dangerously again, and he added swiftly, But it's the best plan we've got, so full steam ahead, I say. However, while Hermione was checking the coast was clear for them to leave the bathrooms, Ron muttered to Harry, There'll be a lot less hassle if you can just knock Malfoy off his broom tomorrow. Harry woke early on Saturday morning.
Vector layer, use shift to draw a straight line.
He was nervous.
Then at the joints, add control points.
But also
so you can manipulate the fingies instead of pick them out. Okay.
He'd never wanted to beat Slytherin so badly. After half an hour of laying there, with the insides churning, he got up, dressed, and went down to breakfast early, where he found the rest of the Gryffindor team huddled at the long, empty table, all looking uptight and not speaking much. As 11 o'clock approached, the whole school started to make its way down to the Quidditch stadium.
Okay.
It was a muggy sort of day, with a hint of thunder in the air.
Cool. I gotta go pee.
Hermione came hurrying over.
By the way, the thickness bar in the settings is the length of the finger. Okay.
The team pulled on their scarlet Gryffindor robes, then sat down to listen to Wood's usual pre-match pep talk. Slytherins have better brooms than us, he began. No point denying it. But we've got better people on our brooms. We've trained harder than they have. We've been flying in all weathers. Too true, muttered George Weasley. I haven't been properly dry since August. And we're going to make them rue the day they let that little bit of slime Malfoy buy his way onto their team. Chest heaving with emotions, Wood turned to Harry. It'll be down to you, Harry, to show them that a Seeker has to have something more than a rich father. Get to that snitch before Malfoy dies trying, Harry. Because we've got to win today. We've got to. So no pressure, Harry, said Fred, winking at him. As they walked out onto the pitch, a roar of noise greeted them, mainly cheers, because Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were anxious to see Slytherin beaten. But the Slytherins in the crowd made their boos and hisses heard too. Madam Hooch, the Quidditch teacher, asked Flint and Wood to shake hands, which they did, giving each other threatening stares and gripping rather harder than was necessary. On my whistle, said Madam Hooch. 3, 2,
Hey,
1.
hey, you
The roar
little
from the crowd
rabbit.
speed them upwards.
Guys,
The 14
if you didn't
players
know,
rose towards
he's a
the leaving
little
sky.
rabbit, not a big
Flew higher than
rabbit.
any of them,
He's
squinting
a
around for the
little
snitch.
boy.
All right there, Scarhead.
Yelled Malfoy, shooting underneath him, as though to show off the speed of his broom. Harry had no time to reply. At that very moment, a heavy black bludger came pelting towards him. He avoided it so narrowly that he felt it ruffle his hair as it passed. Close one, Harry, said George, streaking past him with his club in his hand, ready to knock the bludger back towards the Slytherin. Harry saw George give the bludger a powerful whack in the direction of Adrian Pusey, but the bludger changed direction in midair and shot straight for Harry again. Harry dropped quickly to avoid it, and George managed to hit it hard towards Malfoy. Once again, the bludger swerved like a boomerang and shot at Harry's head. Harry put on a burst of speed and zoomed towards the other end of the pitch. He could hear the bludger whistling along behind him. What was going on? Bludgers never concentrated on one player like this. It was their job to try and unseat as many people as possible. Fred Weasley was waiting for the bludger at the other end. Harry ducked as Fred swung at the bludger with all his might. The bludger was knocked off course. That's done it, Fred yelled happily. But he was wrong. As though it was magnetically attracted towards Harry, the bludger pelted after him once more, and Harry was forced to fly off at full speed. It started to rain. Harry felt heavy drops fall onto his face, splattering onto his glasses. He didn't have a clue what was going on in the rest of the game until he heard Lee Jordan, who was commentating, say, "Slytherin lead, 60 points to 0. The Slytherin's superior brooms were clearly doing their job, and meanwhile the mad bludger was doing all it could to knock Harry out of the air. Fred and George were now flying so close to Harry on either side that Harry could see nothing at all except their flailing arms, and had no chance to look for the snitch, let alone catch it. "Someone's tampered with this bludger," Fred grunted, swinging his bat with all his might as it launched a new attack on Harry. "We need time out," said George, trying to signal to Wood and stop the bludger breaking Harry's nose at the same time. Wood had obviously got the message. Madam Hooch's whistle rang out, and Harry, Fred, and George dove for the ground, still trying to avoid the mad bludger. "What's going on?" said Wood, as the Gryffindor team huddled together, while Slytherins in the crowd jeered. "We're being flattened. Fred, George, and that bludger stopped Angelina scoring. We were 20 feet above her, stopping the other bludger murdering Harry, Oliver," said George angrily. "Someone's fixed it and won't leave Harry alone. Hasn't gone for anyone else all game. The Slytherins must have done something to it. But the bludgers have been locked in Madame Hooch's office since our last practice. And there was nothing wrong with them then," said Wood anxiously. Madame Hooch was walking towards them. Over her shoulder, Harry could see the Slytherin team jeering and pointing in his direction. "Listen," said Harry, as she came nearer and nearer. "With you two flying around me all the time, the only way I'm going to catch the snitch is if it flies up my sleeve," said Harry. "Go back to the rest of the team, and let me deal with the rogue one." "Don't be thick," said Fred. "It'll take your head off." Wood was looking from Harry to the Weasleys. "Oliver, this is mad," said Alicia Spinnet angrily. "You can't let Harry deal with this thing all on his own. Let's ask for an inquiry. If we stop now, we'll have to forfeit the match," said Harry. "And we're not losing to Slytherin just because of a mad bludger. Come on, Oliver, tell them to leave me alone." "This is all your fault," George said angrily to Wood. "Get the snitch or die trying? What a stupid thing to tell him." Madame Hooch had joined them. "Ready to resume play?" she asked Wood. Wood looked at the determined look on Harry's face. "All right," he said. "Fred, George, you heard Harry. Leave him alone and let him deal with the bludger on his own." The rain was falling more heavily now. On Madame Hooch's whistle, Harry kicked hard into the air and heard the telltale whoosh of the bludger behind him. Higher and higher Harry climbed. He looped and swooped, spiraled, zigzagged and rolled. Slightly dizzy, he nevertheless kept his eyes wide open. Rain was speckling his glasses and ran up his nostrils as he hung upside down, avoiding another fierce dive from the bludger. He could hear laughter from the crowd. He knew knew he must have looked stupid, but the rogue bludger was heavy and couldn't change direction as quickly as he could. He began a kind of roller coaster ride around the edges of the stadium, squinting through the silver sheets of rain to the Gryffindor goalposts, where Adrian Pusey was trying to get past Wood. A whistle in Harry's ear told him the bludgers had just missed him again. He turned right over and sped in the opposite direction.
Train for the ballet, Potter?
Yelled Malfoy, as Harry was forced to do a stupid kind of twirl in midair to dodge the bludger.
Oh yeah,
Off
look
Harry's
at that
head,
bee.
the bludger trailing a few feet behind
And
him. And then, glaring back at
I gotta
Malfoy,
start on the other shading, but I'm almost done with the lighting over here.
Above Malfoy's left ear. And Malfoy, busy laughing at Harry, hadn't seen it. For an agonizing moment, Harry hung in midair, not daring to speed towards Malfoy, because he looked up and saw the snitch. Wham! He'd stayed still a second too long. The bludger had hit him at last, smashing into his elbow, and Harry felt his arm break. Dimly dazed by the searing pain in his arm, he slid sideways on his rain-drenched broom, one knee still crooked over it. His right arm
That's so pretty. Thank you. Thank you.
Pouncing back for a second attack, this time aiming for his face. Harry swerved out of the way, one idea firmly lodged in his numb brain. Get to Malfoy. Through a haze of rain and pain, with a shimmering, sneering face below him, and saw its eyes widen with fear. Malfoy thought Harry was attacking him. What the? He gasped, careening out of Harry's way. Harry took his remaining hand off the broom and made a wild snatch. He felt his fingers close on the cold snitch, but was now only gripping the broom with his legs. And there was a yell from the crowd below, as he headed straight for the ground, trying hard not to pass out. With a splattering thud, he hit the mud and rolled off his broom. His arm was hanging at a very strange angle. Riddled with pain, he heard, as though from a distance, a good deal of whistling and shouting. He focused on the snitch clutched in his good hand. Aha, he said vaguely. We've won. And he fainted. He came around, rain falling on his face, still lying on the pitch, with someone leaning over him. He saw a glitter of teeth. Oh no, not you, he moaned. Doesn't know what he's saying, said Lockhart loudly, to the anxious crowd of Gryffindors pressing around him. Not to worry, Harry. I'm about to fix your arm. No, said Harry. I'll keep it like this, thanks. He tried to sit up, but the pain was terrible. He heard a familiar clicking noise nearby. I don't want a photo of this Colin, he said loudly. Lie back, Harry, said Lockhart soothingly. It's a simple charm I've used countless times. Why can't I just go to the hospital wing? Said Harry through clenched teeth. You really should, Professor, said a muddy Wood, who couldn't help grinning even though his seeker was injured. Great capture, Harry. Really spectacular. You're the best yet, I'd say. Through the thickest of legs around him, Harry spotted Fred and George Weasley, wrestling the rogue bludger into the box. He was still putting up a terrific fight. Stand back, said Lockhart, who was rolling up his jade green sleeves. No, don't, said Harry weakly, but Lockhart was twirling his wand, and a second later had directed it straight at Harry's arm. A strange and unpleasant sensation started at Harry's shoulder, and spread all the way down to his fingertips.
Oh yeah, look at that.
He didn't dare look at what was happening. He had shut his eyes, his face turned away from his arm, but his worst fears were realized as people above him gasped, and Colin Creevey began clicking away madly. His arm didn't hurt anymore, but nor did it feel remotely like an arm. Ah, said Lockhart. Yes, well, that can sometimes happen. But the point is, the bones are no longer broken. That's the thing to bear in mind. So, Harry, just toddle up to the hospital wing. Ah, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, would you escort him? And Madame Pomfrey will be able to, tidy up a bit. As Harry got to his feet, he felt strangely lopsided. Taking a deep breath, he looked down at his right side. What he saw nearly made him pass out again. Poking out of the end of his robes was what
You
looked
can
like
use your phone as extra
rubber glove.
shortcuts and stuff.
He tried to move his fingers.
Split Studio Paint, yes.
Lockhart hadn't mended Harry's bones.
I did.
He had removed them.
I did see that, and I'm very interested in making faster art.
Raged, holding up the sad, limp reminder of what half an hour before had been working on. I can mend bones
Just do it on my.
But growing them back. You will be able to, won't you? Said Harry desperately. I'll be able to, certainly, but it will be painful, said Madame Pomfrey grimly, throwing Harry a pair of pajamas. You'll have to stay the night. Hermione waited outside the curtain drawn around Harry's bed, while Ron helped him into his pajamas. It took a while to stuff the rubbery, boneless arm into a sleeve. How can you stand up for Lockhart now, Hermione, eh? Ron called through the curtain as he pulled Harry's limp fingers through the cuff. If Harry had wanted deboning, he would have asked.
Anyone can make a mistake,
said Hermione.
And it doesn't hurt anymore, does it, Harry?
No, said Harry, but it doesn't do anything else either. As he swung himself onto the bed, his arm flapped pointlessly. Hermione and Madame Pomfrey came around the curtain. Madame Pomfrey was holding a large bottle of something labeled Skelegro. You're in for a rough night, she said, pouring out a steaming beakerful and handing it to him. Growing bones is a nasty business. So was taking the Skelegro. It burned Harry's mouth and throat as it went down, making him cough and splutter. Still tutting about dangerous sports and inept teachers, Madame Pomfrey retreated, leaving Ron and Hermione to help Harry gulp down some water. We won, though, said Ron, a grin breaking across his face. That was some catch you made. Malfoy's face. He looked ready to kill you.
I want to know how he fixed the bludger, said Hermione darkly. We can add that to the list of questions we'll ask him when we've taken the polyjuice potion, said Harry, sinking back onto his pillows. I hope it tastes better than this stuff. If it's got bits of Slytherins in it, you've got to be joking, said Ron. The door of the hospital wing burst open at that moment. Filthy and soaking wet, the rest of the Gryffindor team had arrived to see Harry. Unbelievable flying, Harry, said George. I've just seen Marcus Flint yelling at Malfoy. Something about having the snitch on top of his head and not noticing. Malfoy didn't seem too happy. They had brought cakes, sweets, and bottles of pumpkin juice. They gathered around Harry's bed on what promised to be a good party.
Yeah.
When Madame Pomfrey came storming.
Tell me how it
shouting,
works. See, tell me how it works, my friend.
3 bones to regrow. Out, out! And Harry was left alone, with nothing to distract him from the stabbing pains in his limp arm. Hours and hours later, Harry woke quite suddenly in the pitch blackness and gave a small yelp of pain. His arm now felt full of little splinters. For a second, he thought it was that which had woken him up. Then, with a thrill of horror, he realized that someone was sponging his forehead in the dark. "Get off!" he said loudly. And then, "Dobby?" The house elf's goggling tennis ball eyes were peering at Harry through the darkness. A single tear was running down his long, pointed face. "Harry Potter came back to school," he whispered miserably. "Dobby warned and warned Harry Potter. Sir, why didn't you heed Dobby? Why didn't Harry Potter go back home when he missed the train?" Harry heaved himself up on his pillow and pushed Dobby's sponge away. "What are you doing here?" he said. "And how did you know I missed the train?" Dobby's lip trembled, and Harry was seized by a sudden suspicion. "It was you," he said slowly. "You stopped the barrier letting us through." "Indeed, yes, sir," said Dobby, nodding his head vigorously, ears flapping. "Dobby hid and watched for Harry Potter, and
Yes, look at that.
Dobby had to iron his hands afterwards."
Look at that.
He showed Harry 10 long bandaged fingers. "But Dobby didn't care, sir, for he thought Harry Potter was safe. And never did Dobby dream that Harry Potter would get to school another way." He was rocking backwards and forwards, shaking his ugly head. "Dobby was so shocked when he heard Harry Potter was back at Hogwarts, he let his master's dinner burn. Such a flogging Dobby never had, sir." Harry slumped back onto his pillows. "You nearly got Ron and me expelled," he said fiercely. "You'd better clear off before my bones come back, Dobby, or I might strangle you." Dobby smiled weakly.
Dobby is used to death threats, sir. Dobby gets them 5 times a day at home.
He blew his nose on a corner of his filthy pillowcase he wore, looking so pathetic that Harry felt his anger ebb away in spite of himself. "Why do you wear that thing, Dobby?" he asked curiously.
"This, sir,"
said Dobby, plucking at his pillowcase.
"'Tis a mark of the house elf's enslavement, sir. Dobby can only be freed if his masters present him with clothes, sir. The family is careful not to pass Dobby even a sock, sir, for then he would be free to leave their house forever."
Dobby mopped his bulging eyes and said suddenly,
"Harry Potter must go home. Dobby thought his bludger would be enough to make—"
"Your bludger?" said Harry, anger rising once more. "What do you mean, your bludger? You made the bludger try and kill me?"
"Not kill you, sir. Never kill you,"
said Dobby, shocked.
"Dobby wants to save Harry Potter's life. Better sent home grievously injured than remain here, sir. Dobby only wanted Harry Potter hurt enough to be sent home."
"Oh, is that all?" said Harry angrily. "I don't suppose you're going to tell me why you wanted me sent home in pieces?"
"Ah, if Harry Potter only knew,"
Dobby groaned, more tears dripping onto his ragged pillowcase.
"If he knew what he means to us, to the lowly, the enslaved, us dregs of the magical world. Dobby remembers how it was when he who must not be named was at the height of his power, sir. We house elves were treated like vermin, sir. Of course, Dobby is still treated like that, sir,"
he admitted, drying his face on the pillowcase.
"But mostly, sir, life has improved for my kind since your triumph over he who must not be named. Harry Potter survived, and the Dark Lord's power was broken, and it was a new dawn, sir. And Harry Potter shone like a beacon of hope for those of us who thought the dark days would never end, sir. And now, at Hogwarts, terrible things are to happen, or perhaps happening already, and Dobby cannot let Harry Potter stay here now that history is to repeat itself, now that the Chamber of Secrets is open once more."
Dobby froze, horror-struck, then grabbed Harry's water jug from his bedside table and cracked it over his own head, toppling out of sight. A second later, crawled back onto the bed, cross-eyed, muttering,
"Bad Dobby, very bad Dobby."
"So there is a Chamber of Secrets," Harry whispered. "And did you say it had been opened before? Tell me, Dobby." He seized the elf's bony wrist as Dobby's hand inched towards the water jug. "But I'm not Muggleborn. How can I be in danger from the chamber?"
"Ah, sir, ask no more. Ask no more of poor Dobby,"
stammered the elf, his eyes huge in the dark.
"Dark deeds are planned in this place, but Harry Potter must not be here when they happen. Go home, Harry Potter. Go home. Harry Potter must not meddle in this, sir. 'Tis too dangerous."
"Who is it, Dobby?" Harry asked, keeping a firm hold on Dobby's wrist to stop him hitting himself with the water jug again. "Who has opened it? Who opened it last time?"
"Dobby can't, sir. Dobby can't. Dobby mustn't tell,"
squealed the elf.
"Go home, Harry Potter. Go home."
"I'm not going anywhere," said Harry fiercely. "One of my best friends is Muggleborn. She'll be first in line if the chamber really has been opened."
"Harry Potter risks his own life for his friends,"
moaned Dobby, in a kind of miserable ecstasy.
"So noble, so valiant, but he must save himself. He must. Harry Potter must not."
Dobby suddenly froze, his bat ears quivering. Harry heard it too. There were footsteps coming down the passageway outside.
"Dobby must go,"
breathed the elf, terrified. There was a loud crack, and Harry's fist was suddenly clenched on thin air. He slumped back into bed, his eyes on the dark doorway to the hospital wing, as the footsteps drew nearer. Next moment, Dumbledore was backing into the dormitory, wearing a long, woolly dressing gown and a nightcap. He was carrying one end of what looked like a statue. Professor McGonagall appeared a second later, carrying its feet. Together, they heaved it onto a bed. "Get Madame Pomfrey," whispered Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall hurried past the end of Harry's bed, out of sight. Harry lay quite still, pretending to be asleep. He heard urgent voices, and then Professor McGonagall swept back into view, closely followed by Madame Pomfrey, who was pulling a cardigan on over her nightdress. He heard a sharp intake of breath. "What happened?" Madame Pomfrey whispered to Dumbledore, bending over the statue on the bed. "Another attack," said Dumbledore. "Minerva found him on the stairs." "There was a bunch of grapes next to you," said Professor McGonagall. "We think he was trying to sneak up here to visit Potter." Harry's stomach gave a horrible lurch. Slowly and carefully, he raised himself a few inches so he could look at the statue on the bed. A ray of moonlight lay across its staring face. It was Colin Creevey. His eyes were wide, and his hands were stuck up in front of him, holding his camera. "Petrified?" whispered Madame Pomfrey. "Yes," said Professor McGonagall. "But I shudder to think, if Albus hadn't been on the way downstairs for hot chocolate, who knows what might have—" The three of them stared down at Colin. Then Dumbledore leaned forward and pried the camera out of Colin's rigid grip. "You don't think he managed to get a picture of his attacker?" said Professor McGonagall eagerly. Dumbledore didn't answer. He pried open the back of the camera. "Good gracious!" said Madame Pomfrey. A jet of steam had hissed out of the camera. Harry, 3 beds away, caught the acidic smell of burnt plastic. "Melted," said Madame Pomfrey wonderingly. "All melted. What does this mean, Albus?"
This was hard to figure out.
"It means..."
By the way, it only works with Samsung phones. Good, because I have a Samsung phone.
Again. Madame Pomfrey clapped a hand to her mouth. Professor McGonagall stared at Dumbledore. "But Albus, surely..."
Figured it out now. About to start using. Hell yeah.
His eyes
Hell yeah.
"The question is, how?" And from what Harry could see,
Wake up
Professor
in the
McGonagall's shadowy
morning
face,
feeling like a
couldn't understand
bunny.
this any better than he did.
Gonna pet a bunny.
Chapter 11. The Dueling Club. Harry woke up on Sunday morning to find the dormitory blazing with
Because you
winter
need
sunlight,
DLC
and
from
his arm
the
boned but very stiff.
from the Samsung store.
He sat up quickly and looked over at Colin's bed, but it had been blocked from view by the high curtains Harry had changed behind yesterday. Seeing that he was awake, Madame Pomfrey came bustling over with a breakfast tray, and then began bending and stretching his arm and fingers. "All in order," she said, as he clumsily fed himself porridge left-handed. "When you've finished eating, you may leave." Harry dressed as quickly as he could, and hurried off to Gryffindor Tower, desperate to tell Ron and Hermione about Colin and Dobby. But they weren't there. Harry left to look for them, wondering where they could have got to, and feeling slightly hurt they weren't interested in whether he had his bones back or not. As Harry passed the library, Percy Weasley strolled out of it, looking in far better spirits than last time they met. "Oh, hello, Harry," he said. "Excellent flying yesterday. Really excellent. Gryffindor have just taken the lead for the House Cup. You earned 50 points. You haven't seen Ron or Hermione, have you?" said Harry. "No, I haven't," said Percy, his smile fading. "I hope Ron's not in another girl's toilet." Harry forced a laugh, watched Percy out of sight, and then headed straight for Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. He couldn't see why Ron and Hermione would be in there again, but after making sure that neither Filch nor any prefects were around, he opened the door, and heard their voices coming from a locked cubicle.
Huzzah!
"It's me,"
I got it
he
up
said,
and running.
closing the door behind him. There was a clunk, a splash, and a gasp from within the cubicle, and he saw Hermione's eyes peering through the keyhole.
Harry!
She said,
"You gave us such a fright. Come in. How's your arm?"
"Fine," said Harry, squeezing into the cubicle. An old cauldron was perched on the toilet, and a crackling from under the rim told Harry they had lit a fire beneath it. Conjuring up portable, waterproof fires was a specialty of Hermione's. "We'd have come to meet you, but we decided to get started on the Polyjuice Potion," Ron explained, as Harry, with difficulty, locked the cubicle again. "We've decided this is the safest place to hide it." Harry started to tell them about Colin, but Hermione interrupted.
"We already know. We heard Professor McGonagall telling Professor Flitwick this morning. That's why we decided we'd better get going."
The sooner we get a confession out of Malfoy, the better.
Yeah, it's
Snarled Ron.
Malfoy, guys.
Do you know what I think? He was in such a foul temper after the Quidditch match. He took it out on Colin. There's something else, said Harry, watching Hermione tearing bundles of knotgrass and throwing them into the potion. Dobby came to visit me in the middle of the night. Ron and Hermione looked up, amazed. Harry told them everything Dobby had told him, or hadn't told him. Ron and Hermione listened with their mouths
Why
open.
does it always have to be Malfoy? Maybe he's just
said Hermione.
fucking chilling.
This settles it, said Ron in a triumphant voice.
Fun.
Lucius Malfoy
What
was
is
to open
it?
the chamber
What's up?
when he was at school here. And now he's told dear old Draco how to do it. It's obvious. Wish Dobby told you what kind of monster's in there, though. I want to know how come nobody's noticed it, sneaking around the school.
Maybe it can make itself invisible,
said Hermione, prodding leeches to the bottom of the cauldron.
Or maybe it can disguise itself, pretend to be a suit of armor or something. I've read about chameleon ghouls.
You read too much, Hermione, said Ron, pouring dead lacewings on top of the leeches. He crumpled up the empty lacewing bag and looked
I can
around
move
at
my
Harry.
camera
So
as
Dobby
if
stopped us getting on
holding
the train and broke your arm?
space
He shook
with
his
my
head.
phone.
You know
Oh.
what, Harry? If he doesn't stop trying to save your life, he's
Yeah.
gonna kill you.
Yeah.
The news that Colin Creevy had been attacked and was now lying as though dead in the hospital wing had spread through the entire school by Monday morning. The air was suddenly thick with rumor and suspicion. The first years were now moving around the castle in tight-knit groups, as though scared they would be attacked if they ventured forth alone. Ginny Weasley, who sat next to Colin Creevy in Charms, was distraught, but Harry felt that Fred and George were going the wrong way about cheering her up. They were taking it in turns to cover themselves with fur and boils and jump out at her from behind statues. They only stopped when Percy, apoplectic with rage, told them he was going to write to Mrs. Weasley and tell her Ginny was having nightmares. Meanwhile, hidden from the teachers, a roaring trade in talismans, amulets, and other protective devices was sweeping the school. Neville Longbottom bought a large, evil-smelling green onion, a pointed purple crystal, and a rotting newt tail, before the other Gryffindor boys pointed out that he was in no danger. He was a pureblood, and therefore unlikely to be attacked. They went for Filch first, Neville said, his round face fearful. And everyone knows I'm almost a squib. In the second week of December, Professor McGonagall came around as usual, collecting names of those who'd be staying at school for Christmas. Harry, Ron, and Hermione signed her list. They had heard that Malfoy was staying, which struck them as very suspicious. The holidays would be the perfect time
I
to
don't
use
think
the
I will
College's
use
potion
it
and
as
try to worm
most
a
of
confession
the
out of
stuff
them.
it offers. I have my
Unfortunately,
tablet
the
shortcut
potion was
set
only
to.
half
Yeah.
finished. They still needed the bicorn horn and the boomslang skin.
I don't like
and the only place they were going to get them
tablet
was from
shortcuts that
Snape's
I
private
have,
stores.
so I might
Harry
use it.
privately felt
But
he'd
I've got
rather
my
face Slytherin's legendary monster than have Snape catch him
I
robbing his
use my
office.
phone while streaming,
What we
so I
need,
don't know.
said Hermione briskly,
Might
as
not
Thursday
use it,
afternoon's double
actually.
potions lesson loomed near.
is a diversion. Then one of us can sneak into Snape's
What
office
is it?
and take what we need.
Harry and Ron looked at her nervously.
I
Are
think
you
I'd better do the
snuggling?
actual stealing.
I was
Hermione
hoping
continued
I
in a
could
matter-of-fact
set
tone.
some things like
You
quick
can't be expelled
actions,
if you get in
yeah?
any more trouble. And I've got a clean record. So all you need to do is cause enough mayhem to keep Snape busy for 5 minutes or so.
Harry smiled feebly. Deliberately causing mayhem in Snape's potions class was about as safe as poking a sleeping dragon in the eye. Potions lessons took place in one of the large dungeons. Thursday
I have
afternoon's lesson
dragon.
proceeded in the usual way.
She's a cutie.
20 cauldrons stood
She's
steaming
cutie
between the
pie.
wooden desks, on which stood brass scales and jars of ingredients.
She's
Snape
a cutie
prowled through the
pie.
fumes, making waspish remarks about the Gryffindor's work, while the Slytherins sniggered appreciatively. Draco Malfoy, who was Snape's favorite student, kept flicking pufferfish eyes at Ron and Harry, who knew that if they retaliated, they would get a detention faster than they could say unfair. Harry's swelling solution was far too runny, but he had his mind on more important things. He was waiting for Hermione's signal, and he hardly listened as Snape paused to sneer at his watery potion. When Snape turned and walked off to bully Neville, Hermione caught Harry's eye and nodded. Harry ducked swiftly down behind his cauldron, pulled one of Fred's filibuster fireworks out of his pocket, and gave it a quick prod with his wand. The firework began to fizz and sputter. Knowing he only had seconds, Harry straightened up, took aim, and lobbed it into the air. It landed right on target, in Goyle's cauldron. Goyle's potion exploded, showering the whole class. People shrieked as splashes of the swelling solution hit them. Malfoy got a faceful, and his nose began to swell like a balloon. Goyle blundered around, his hands over his eyes, which had expanded to the size of dinner plates, while Snape was trying to restore calm.
Oh yeah, I don't use the reference window much. I use it for like moving the picture around.
Silence! Silence!
But like, that's about it.
Snape roared. Anyone who has been splashed, come here for a deflating draft. When I find out who did this. Harry tried not to laugh as he watched Malfoy hurry forward, his head drooping with the weight of a nose like a small melon. As half the class lumbered up to Snape's desk, some weighed down with arms like clubs, others unable to talk through gigantic puffed lips. Harry saw Hermione slide back into the dungeon, the front of her robes bulging. When everyone had taken a swig of the antidote, and the various swellings had subsided, Snape went over to Goyle's cauldron, and scooped out the twisted black remains of the firework. There was a sudden hush. "If I ever find out who threw this," Snape whispered, "I shall make sure that person is expelled." Harry arranged his face into what he hoped was a puzzled expression. Snape was looking right at him. The bell, which rang 10 minutes later, could not have been more welcome. "You knew it was me," Harry told Ron and Hermione, as they hurried back to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. "I could tell." Hermione threw the new ingredients into the cauldron, and began to stir feverishly.
"It'll be ready in a fortnight,"
said Hermione happily. "Snape can't prove it was you," said Ron reassuringly to Harry. "What can you do?"
Oh, not that. The window where you can set an image for reference. Oh, I've never used it.
Have fun.
The sub-view. Oh, okay.
Harry, Ron, and Hermione were walking across.
I never used that. I didn't know that was a feature.
People gathered around the notice board.
I didn't know that was a feature.
Just being pinned to it. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas beckoned them over, looking excited. "They're starting a dueling club," said Seamus. "First meeting's tonight. I wouldn't mind dueling lessons. They might come in handy one of these days." "What, do you reckon Slytherin's monster can duel?" said Ron. But he too read the sign with interest. "Could be useful," he said to Harry and Hermione, as they went into dinner. "Shall we go?" Harry and Hermione were all for it, so at 8 o'clock that evening, they hurried back to the Great Hall. The long dining tables had vanished, and a golden stage had appeared along one wall, lit by thousands of candles floating overhead. The ceiling was velvety black once more, and most of the school seemed to be packed beneath it, all carrying their wands and looking excited.
"I wonder who'll be teaching us,"
said Hermione, as they edged into the chattering crowd.
"Someone told me Flitwick was a dueling champion when he was young. Maybe it'll be him."
"As long as it's not," Harry began, but he ended on a groan. Gilderoy Lockhart was walking onto the stage, resplendent in robes of deep plum, and accompanied by none other than Snape, wearing his usual black. Lockhart waved an arm for silence and called, "Gather round, gather round. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me?"
I just have a second canvas at top of the monitor for my reference images.
Professor Dumbledore has granted me
I just have a second canvas, yeah.
To train you all up in case you ever need to defend yourselves, as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works. Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape, said Lockhart, flashing a wide smile. He tells me he knows a little bit about dueling himself, and has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration before we begin. Now, I don't want you youngsters to worry. You'll still have your potions master when I'm through with him. Never fear. Wouldn't it be good if they finished each other off? Ron muttered in Harry's ear. Snape's upper lip was curling. Harry wondered why Lockhart was still smiling. If Snape had been looking at him like that, he'd have been running as fast as he could in the opposite direction. Lockhart and Snape turned to face each other and bowed. At least, Lockhart did, with much twirling of his hands, whereas Snape jerked his head irritably. Then they raised their wands like swords in front of them. As you see, we are holding our wands in the accepted combative position, Lockhart told the silent crowd. On the count of 3, we will cast our first spells. Neither of us will be aiming to kill, of course. I wouldn't bet on that, Harry murmured, watching Snape baring his teeth. 1, 2, 3. Both of them swung their wands up and over their shoulders. Snape cried, Expelliarmus! There was a dazzling flash of scarlet light, and Lockhart was blasted off his feet. He flew backwards off the stage, smashed into the wall, and slid down it, sprawl on the floor.
I'm gonna get that bunny.
Malfoy and some of the other
He's
Slytherins
like, no.
cheered. Hermione
you
was dancing
can't
on
get me.
tiptoes.
I'm
Do
a
you think he's
baby.
all right? She squealed through her fingers.
Who cares?
Said Harry and Ron together. Lockhart was getting
Wow.
unsteadily to his feet. His hat
Wow,
had
you
fallen off,
guys are
and his wavy hair
dicks.
was
Like,
standing on
even
end.
if he is an asshole.
There you have it, he said, tottering back onto his platform. That was a disarming charm. As you see, I've lost my wand. Ah, thank you, Miss Brown. Yes, an excellent idea to show them that, Professor Snape. But if you don't mind me saying so, it was very obvious what you were about to do. If I had wanted to stop you, it would have been only too easy. However, I felt it would be instructive to let them see. Snape was looking murderous. Possibly Lockhart had noticed, because he said, "Enough demonstrating. I'm going to come amongst you now and put you all into pairs. Professor Snape, if you'd like to help me." They moved through the crowd, matching up partners. Lockhart teamed Neville with Justin Finch-Fletchley, but Snape reached Harry and Ron first. "Time to split up the dream team, I think," he sneered. "Weasley, you can partner Finnegan. Potter." Harry moved automatically towards Hermione. "I don't think so," said Snape, smiling coldly. "Mr. Malfoy, come over here. Let's see what you make of the
Ducks
famous
to
Harry
suck,
Potter.
Gryffindor.
And
I love
you,
that.
Miss
Ducks to
Granger,
suck.
you can partner with Miss Bulstrode." Malfoy strutted over, smirking. Behind him walked a Slytherin girl who reminded Harry of a picture he'd seen in Holidays with Hags. She was large and square, and her heavy jaw jutted aggressively. Hermione gave her a weak smile, which she did not return. "Face your partners,"
Why are
called
you...
Lockhart back on the platform.
I don't
And
understand
bow.
these houses and
Harry
why
and
they
Malfoy
would
barely
even
inclined their
like
heads,
have the
not taking
like
their
there's
eyes off each other.
rivalries and then there's
"Round
just being a
three,"
dick.
shouted Lockhart. "When I count to 3, cast your charms to disarm your opponent. Only to disarm them. We don't want any accidents. 1, 2, 3. Harry swung his wand over his shoulder, but Malfoy had already started on 2. His spell hit Harry so hard, he felt as though he'd been hit over the head with a saucepan. He stumbled, but everything still seemed to be working, and wasted no more time. Harry pointed his wand straight at Malfoy and shouted, "Victim Sempra!" A jet of silver light hit Malfoy in the stomach, and he doubled up, wheezing. "I said disarm only!" Lockhart shouted in alarm over the heads of the battling crowd. As Malfoy sank to his knees, Harry hit him with the tickling charm, and he could barely move for laughing. Harry hung back with a vague feeling it would be unsporting to bewitch Malfoy while he was on the floor. But this was a mistake. Gasping for breath, Malfoy pointed his wand at Harry's knees, choked, "Taranta Regra!" In the next second, Harry's legs began to jerk out of his control in a kind of quickstep. "Stop! Stop!" screamed Lockhart, but Snape took charge. "Fight in Cartum!" he shouted. Harry's feet stopped dancing. Malfoy stopped laughing, and they were able to look up. A haze of greenish smoke was hovering over the scene. Both Neville and Justin were lying on the floor, panting. Ron was holding up an ashen-faced Seamus, apologizing for whatever his broken wand had done. But Hermione and Millicent Bulstrode were still moving. Millicent had Hermione in a headlock, and Hermione was whimpering in pain. Both their wands lay forgotten on the floor.
Accidents cuts
Harry leapt
off
forward and pulled
Malfoy's
Millicent off.
arm.
It was
Accidents
difficult, but she was a lot
happen.
bigger than he was.
Oops.
"Dear,
I'm
dear,"
sorry.
said Lockhart, skittering through the crowd, looking at the aftermath of the duels. "Up you get, Macmillan. Careful there, Miss Fawcett. Pinch it hard, it'll stop bleeding in a second, Boot. I think I'd better teach you how to block unfriendly spells," said Lockhart,
Yeah.
standing flustered in the midst of the hall. He glanced at Snape, whose black eyes glinted, and looked quickly away. "Let's have a volunteer pair. Longbottom and Finch-Fletchley. How about you?" A bad idea, Professor Lockhart, said Snape, gliding over like a large and malevolent bat. Longbottom causes devastation with the simplest of spells. We'll be sending what's left of Finch Fletchley up to the hospital wing in a matchbox. Neville's round, pink face went pinker. How about Malfoy and Potter? Said Snape with a twisted smile. Excellent idea, said Lockhart, gesturing Harry and Malfoy into the middle of the hall. As the crowd backed
I don't understand
away,
why it's just the worst.
Now,
like,
Harry,
why?
Said Lockhart. When Draco points his wand at you, you do this. He raised his own wand, attempted a complicated sort of wiggling action, and dropped it. Snape smirked as Lockhart quickly picked it up, saying, "Whoops, my wand's a little overexcited." Snape moved closer to Malfoy, bent down, and whispered something in his ear. Malfoy smirked too. Harry looked nervously up at Lockhart and said, "Professor, could you show me that blocking thing again?" "Scared?" muttered Malfoy, so that Lockhart couldn't hear him. "You wish," said Harry.
It looks like you're going to the Shadow Realm,
Lockhart
Jimbo.
left Harry
Have fun.
Have fun. Have fun.
Dude, I did, Harry. What, drop my wand?
Talking about the realm. The Ratto realm.
He shouted. Malfoy raised his wand quickly and bellowed.
Yes. Talking about the Shadow Realm, I am getting tired.
Harry watched, aghast, as a long black snake shot out of it, fell heavily onto the floor between them, and raised itself, ready to strike. There were screams as the crowd backed swiftly away, clearing the floor. "Don't move, Potter," said Snape lazily, clearly enjoying the sight of Harry standing motionless, eye to eye with the angry snake.
Wanna go?
"I'll get rid of it."
Rat Realm. The Rat Realm.
Shouted Lockhart. He brandished his wand at the snake.
The Rat
There was a
Realm.
loud bang. The snake, instead of vanishing, flew 10 feet into the air and fell back to the floor with a loud smack. Enraged, hissing furiously, it slithered straight towards Justin Finch Fletchley and raised itself again, fangs exposed, poised to strike. Harry wasn't sure what made him do it. He wasn't even aware of deciding to do it. All he knew was that his legs were carrying him forward, as though he was on casters, and that he had shouted stupidly at the snake. And then, just inexplicably, the snake slumped to the floor, docile as a thick garden hose. Its eyes now on Harry. Harry felt the fear drain out of him. He knew the snake wouldn't attack anyone now. Though how he knew it, he couldn't
So
have
the
explained.
shading on the
He
B,
looked up at Justin
so the
grinning,
shading and all that
expecting to see Justin
on the
looking
B
relieved,
on that
or
part
puzzled,
is
or even
done. So
grateful,
the shading is
but
getting
certainly not
done
angry
on this
and
one.
scared. "What do you think you're playing at?" he shouted.
It's just
And
so
before Harry could say
much
anything,
work.
Justin turned and stormed out of the hall. Snape stepped forward, waved his wand, and the snake vanished in a small puff of black smoke. Snape, too, was looking at Harry in an unexpected way.
Bum, bum,
It was
bum,
a
bum, bum,
shrewd
bum,
and
bum,
calculated
bum.
look,
It should be
and
just
Harry didn't like it.
Discord.
He was also dimly aware of an ominous muttering all around the walls.
Yeah, it should
Then
just
he
be
felt a
that.
tugging on the back of his robes.
There you go.
"Come on," said Ron's voice in his ear. "Move, come on." Ron steered out of the hall, Hermione hurrying alongside
Oh
them.
no.
As they went through the
I
doors,
just
the
love
people
it.
on either side drew away.
I'm gonna
as though
have
they
to
were
take
frightened
some
of
medicine
catching
before I
something.
have to go to bed.
Harry didn't have a clue what was going on.
Oh, god damn
Neither
it.
Ron nor Hermione explained anything until they had dragged him all
I think
the way
I know
up to
who
the
we're
empty
going to
Gryffindor
raid,
common room.
though.
Then Ron pushed Harry into an armchair and said, "You're a parcel mouth? Why didn't you tell us?" "I'm a what?" said Harry. "A parcel mouth," said Ron. "You can talk to snakes." "I know," said Harry.
Make sure you...
I mean, that's only the second time I've ever done it.
Eh?
I accidentally set a boa constrictor on my cousin Dudley at the zoo once. Long story. But he was telling me it had never been to Brazil, and I sort of set it free without meaning to. That was before I knew I was a wizard. "A boa constrictor told you it had never seen Brazil?" Ron repeated faintly. "So?" said Harry. "I bet loads of people here can do it." "Oh no, they can't," said Ron. "It's not a very common gift, Harry. This is bad." "What's bad?" said Harry, starting to feel quite angry. "What's wrong with everyone? Listen, if I hadn't told that snake not to attack Justin..." "Oh, so that's what you said to it." "What do you mean? You were there. You heard me." "I heard you speaking parcel tongue," said Ron. Snake language. You could have been saying anything. No wonder Justin panicked. You sounded like you were egging the snake on or something. It was creepy, you know. Harry gawked at him. I spoke a different language, but I didn't realize. How can I speak a language without knowing I can speak it? Ron shook his head. Both he and Hermione
How
were
can
looking
you
as though someone
shoot
had died.
magic out of your fucking...
Harry couldn't see what was so terrible. Do
God.
you want to tell me what's wrong with stopping a dirty great snake biting Justin's head off? He said. What does it matter how I did it, as long as Justin doesn't have to join the headless hunt? It matters, said Hermione, speaking at last in a hushed voice. Because being able to talk to snakes was what Salazar Slytherin was famous for. That's why the symbol of Slytherin House is a serpent. Harry's mouth fell open. Exactly, said Ron. And now the whole school is going to think you're his great-great-great-grandson or something. But I'm not, said Harry, with a panic he couldn't quite explain. You'll find that hard to prove, said Hermione. He lived about 1,000 years ago. For all we know, you could be. Harry lay awake
What
for
if you
hours
were?
that night.
What does that change anything?
Hangings around his four-poster. He watched snow
I
starting to
can't
drift
believe
past the
it.
tower window
He
and
was
wondered,
awful to
could he be a
muggles.
descendant of
I
Salazar
can't
Slytherin?
believe it.
He didn't know anything about
How
his
can you
father's family
magically
after all.
conjure a million
The
living
Dursleys had
slugs?
always forbidden questions about his
Where do
visiting
they come
relatives.
from? Do you
Quietly,
create them?
Harry tried to
Does
say
that
something in
make you a
parcel
mother slug? Why
Don't
are
know
they
what to
coming out
become.
of his mouth and
It
not
seemed he
his
had to be
ass?
face to
Yeah,
face with the snake to do
exactly.
it.
Like,
Gryffindor,
talking to
Harry
snakes,
thought.
that's one of
The
the
Sorting
worst.
Hat
It's
wouldn't
like,
have put me in
you
here
fucking
if I
created
Slytherin
slugs out of your goddamn mouth, and you were gonna
said a
curse
nasty
somebody
little
else
voice in his
with it.
brain.
And
But the Sorting Hat
are they
wanted
gonna
to
stop
put me in Slytherin. Do
existing
you remember? Harry
afterwards?
turned over.
No.
He'd see Justin next day in herbology, and he explained he'd been calling the snake
Then
off,
are they
not
created
egging it
from
on,
your body?
which, thought angrily, pummeling his pillow. Any
Yeah,
fool
let's
should have
talk
realized.
about some of these things. It's
By
like
next morning, however,
some of the
the snow
rules
had begun
are
in the night,
fucking
returning
crazy.
to
It's like
blizzard.
it's in the
So spoke
same
of the
book.
last herbology lesson of
It's not
terms
like it's
cancelled.
in another
Professor Sprout
book.
wanted to fit socks and scarves on the mandrakes. A tricky operation she would entrust to no one else. Now that it was so important for the mandrakes to grow quickly and revive Mrs. Norris and Colin Creevy. Harry fretted about this next to the fire.
Oh, that would be awful. They take the intestine and turn it into slugs. I mean, he seems awful. He seems like he's not having a good time, so I'm thinking it's got to be like the stomach acid turning into slugs.
Go and find Justin if it's so
Or
important to you.
the first lining of the
So Harry got up
like
and left
he
for the portrait
throws
hole,
up a lot of
wondering where
slugs, and it's
Justin could
like
be.
it takes hours.
The castle
So it's
was darker
like
than it usually was in daytime.
it's either
There's
blood
a
or
thick,
something is
swirling
turning
grey
into
snow at every
slugs.
window. Shivering, Harry walked past classrooms where lessons were taking
Oh
place.
God, that would be the
Catching
worst.
snatches
I
of what
hate
was
you.
happening then.
I don't want that
Professor
curse.
McGonagall was shouting at someone. who,
I'm okay
by the
with
sound of it,
spiders. I'm
turned
not
his
that
friend into a
scared of
badger.
spiders. But
Resisting the urge to take a
still,
look,
that would
Harry
be an
walked on
awful
by,
curse.
thinking that Justin might be using his free lesson
And I
to
don't
catch
hate
up
you.
on some
I
work.
just the
And decided to
image
check the
and
library
thought
first.
scare me.
A group of the Hufflepuffs who should have been in herbology were indeed sitting in the back of
And
the library.
then
But
you
they
know
didn't
what?
seem to be working. Between the long lines of high bookshelves,
Fix the lines
Harry
on
could see that
this.
their heads were close
Bad
together,
boy.
and they were having what
Could
looked
be
like an
worse.
absorbing
They could be
conversation.
leeches. Ugh.
He couldn't see whether Justin was among them.
Among
he was
Us.
walking towards them when something of what they had
Among
just
Us.
said met his ears, and he paused to listen, hidden in the invisibility section. So, anyway, the stout boy was saying, I told Justin to hide up in the dormitory. I mean to say, if Potter's marked him down as his next victim, it's best if he keeps a low profile for a while. Of course, Justin's been waiting for something like this to happen ever since he let slip to Potter he was a muggle born. Justin actually told him he'd been down for eating. It's not the kind of thing you bandy about with Slytherin's air on the loose, is it? You definitely think it is Potter then, Ernie? Said a girl with blonde pigtails anxiously. Hannah, said the stout boy solemnly. He's a Parselmouth. Everyone knows that's the mark of a dark wizard. Have you ever heard of a decent one who could talk to snakes?
Yes.
They called Slytherin himself Serpent Tongue. There was some heavy murmuring at this, and Ernie went on. Remember what was written on the wall? Enemies of the air beware. Potter has some sort of rhyme with Filch. Next thing we know, Filch's cat's attacked. That first year, Creevy was annoying Potter at the Quidditch match, taking pictures of him while he was laying in the mud. Next thing we know, Creevy's been attacked. He always seems so nice, though, said Hermione uncertainly. And, well, he's the one who made you-know-who disappear. He can't be all bad, can he? Ernie lowered his voice mysteriously. The Hufflepuffs bent closer, and Harry edged nearer so that he could catch Ernie's words. No one knows how he survived that attack by you-know-who. I mean to say, he was only a baby when it happened. He should have been blasted into smithereens. Only a really powerful dark wizard could have survived a curse like that.
Oh my god,
he dropped his voice
no.
until it was barely more than a whisper, and said, "That's probably why you-know-who wanted to kill him in the first place. Didn't want another Dark Lord competing with him."
Oh my god.
Other Power Potter's been hiding.
You're listening
Harry couldn't take it
to
anymore.
like a
Clearing his throat loudly,
dipshit.
he stepped out from behind the bookshelves. If he hadn't been feeling so angry, he would have found the sight that greeted him funny. Every one of the Hufflepuffs looked as though they had been petrified by the sight of him, and the color was draining out of Ernie's face.
That sounds like talk shit, get
I'm
hit,
looking for Justin Finch-Fletchley.
get hit
The Hufflepuffs'
moment
worst
right
fears had
there.
clearly been confirmed.
Talk shit.
They all looked fearfully at Ernie. "What do you want with him?" said Ernie in a quivering voice. "I wanted to tell him what really happened with the snake at the dueling club," said Harry. Ernie bit his white lips, and then, taking a deep breath, said, "We were all there. We saw what happened. Then you noticed that after I spoke to it, the snake backed off?" said Harry. "All I saw," said Ernie stubbornly, though he was trembling as he spoke, "was you speak in Parseltongue and chasing the snake towards Justin." "I didn't chase it at him," Harry said, his voice shaking with anger. "I didn't even touch him."
Oh no. This is the moment where
Ernie.
you just,
And
you're like, okay,
ideas.
I'm
He
a
added
dark
hastily.
wizard. I'm a dark
tell you
fucking
you can trace
wizard,
my
and
family
then
back
just
9
cast
generations
fucking
of witches and
spells
wizards.
and ruin their
My blood
fucking
is purer than
day.
anyone's,
Like,
so
fuck
I
them.
don't care what sort of blood you got," said Harry fiercely. "Why would I want to attack Muggleborns?
Among
I've heard you ate the little muggles you live with."
Truly, do you
said Ernie
think
swiftly.
wizards play
Not
Among
possible to
Us?
live with the Dursleys and not hate them, said Harry. "I'd like to see you try." He turned on his heel and stormed out of the library, earning himself a reproving glare from Madame Pince, who was polishing the gilded cover of a large spellbook. Harry blundered up the corridor, barely noticing where he was going. He was in such a fury. The result was that he walked into something very large and solid, which knocked him backwards onto the floor. "Oh, hello, Hagrid," said Harry, looking up. Hagrid's face was entirely hidden by a woolly, snow-covered balaclava, but it couldn't possibly be anyone else, as he filled most of the corridor with his moleskin overcoat. A dead rooster was hanging from one of his massive, gloved hands. "All right, Harry," he said, pulling up the balaclava so he could speak. "Why aren't you in class?" "Cancelled," said Harry, getting up. "What are you doing here?" Hagrid held up the limp rooster. "Something won't kill this term," he explained. "It's either foxes or a blood-sucking bugbear, and I need the headmaster's permission to put a charm around the head and hoop." He peered more closely at Harry from under his thick,
There are two
snow-flecked eyebrows.
Horcruxes among
"You sure
you.
you're all right?"
Among
Look all hot
us.
and bothered. Harry couldn't bring himself to repeat what Ernie and the rest of the Hufflepuffs had been saying about him.
Among us.
"It's nothing," he
Oh
said.
man, it's
"I'd
like
better
that
get going here.
video
It's
where
Transfiguration
he's
next,
like,
and I've got to pick up my books."
I'm calling
He walked off,
Among
his mind
Us
still
at
full of
2
what Ernie
a.m.
had said about him. Justin's been waiting for
At
something like this
2
to happen ever
a.m.
since he let slip to Potter he was a Muggleborn. Harry stamped up the stairs and turned along the corridor, which was particularly dark. The torches had been extinguished by a strong, icy draft, which was blowing through a loose window pane. He was halfway down the passage when he tripped headlong over something lying on the floor. He turned to squint at what he'd fallen over, and felt as though his stomach had dissolved. Justin Finch-Fletchley was lying on the floor, rigid and cold. A look of shock froze on his face. His eyes stared
Time to
blankly
make the
at the
Among
ceiling.
Us being a D&D
And
item.
that wasn't all. Next to him was another figure, the strangest sight Harry had ever seen. It was nearly Headless Nick, no longer pearly white and transparent, but black and smoky, floating immobile and horizontal, 6 inches off the ground. His head was half off, and his face wore an expression of shock identical to Justin's. Harry got to his feet, his breathing fast and shallow, his heart doing a kind of drum roll against his ribs. He looked wildly up and down the deserted corridor, and saw a line of spiders scuttling as fast as they could away from the bodies. The only sounds were the muffled voices of teachers from classes on either side.
Run, Harry! Don't let
no
them.
one would ever know he had been there.
Yeah.
But he couldn't just leave them lying here.
Yes, you can.
He had to get help. Would anyone believe he hadn't had anything to do with this? As he stood there, panicking, the door right next to him opened with a bang. Peeves the poltergeist came shooting out. "Why, it's Potty wee Potter!" cackled Peeves, knocking Harry's glasses askew as he bounced past him. "What's Potter up to? Why is Potter lurking?" Peeves stopped, halfway through a mid-air somersault. Upside down, he spotted Justin nearly at his neck.
Peeves. They don't talk about Peeves enough in the fucking. They don't talk about Peeves at all in the movies.
Attack! Another attack!
Like he's just a fucking jackass.
Run for your lives! Attack!
He's a fucking jackass.
Crash!
What he is. So Galactic B, how do you like your art so far?
For several long minutes, there was a scene of such confusion that Justin
a consumable that changes the player's alignment to neutral evil and causing hallucinations of monsters and all living creatures they see. Anyone else who consumes this pill will see each as the only people they can trust. Loving it every little bit. It's amazing. Thanks, Galactic B.
Which restored silence and ordered everyone back
I know it's taking a bit, but
no sooner
I just want you to enjoy it. I want you to like it.
Arrived, panting on the scene. "Caught in the act!" Ernie yelled, his face stark white, pointing his finger dramatically at Harry. "That will do, Macmillan," said Professor McGonagall sharply. Peeves was bobbing overhead, now grinning wickedly, surveying the scene.
Art cannot be
rushes. Loved chaos.
Yeah.
As the teachers bent over Justin and nearly headless Nick, examining them,
I know.
Peeves broke into song. "Oh, Potter, you..."
But I know that's...
"Oh, what have you done?"
Nice.
"You're
but I know
killing our
that's
students.
why you're here is to look at to watch your art.
That's enough, Peeves," barked Professor McGonagall.
I know you want to see your art done.
With his tongue out at Harry. Justin was carried up to the hospital wing by Professor Flitwick and Professor Sinistra.
I know why you're here.
But nobody seemed to know what to do for nearly headless Nick.
You want to get free high fives, don't you? Don't you?
She gave to Ernie with instructions
I'm here to support us, remember. You just want free high fives, don't you?
This Ernie did.
I knew it.
Along, like a silent black hovercraft. This left Harry and Professor McGonagall alone together.
You can't deny.
"Professor," said Harry once, "I swear I didn't... This is out of my hands, Potter," said Professor McGonagall curtly. They marched in silence around a corner, and she stopped before a large and extremely ugly stone gargoyle. "Sherbet Lemon," she said. This was evidently a password, because the gargoyle sprang suddenly to life, and hopped aside as the wall behind him split in two. Even full of dread for what was coming,
well, if you're
Harry couldn't fail to be amazed. Behind the wall was a spiral
I knew
staircase,
I knew it.
Upwards,
That's what you were here for all along.
Stepped onto it. Harry heard the wall thud close behind him.
For the high fives.
Upwards in circles, higher and higher.
I'm just here for high fives.
Dizzy. He could see a gleaming oak door ahead, with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin. He knew where he was being taken. This must be where Dumbledore lived. Chapter 12. The Polyjuice Potion. They stepped off the stone staircase at the top, and Professor McGonagall rapped on the door. It opened silently, and they entered.
I have normal hands.
Professor McGonagall told Harry to wait.
I have more fingernails that are hooves.
One thing was certain. Of all the teachers' offices Harry had visited so far this year, Dumbledore's was by far the most interesting. If he hadn't been scared out of his wits that he was about to be thrown out of school, he would have been very pleased to have a chance to look around it. It was a large and beautiful circular room, full of funny little noises. A number of curious silver instruments stood on spindle-legged tables, whirring and emitting little puffs of smoke. The walls were covered with portraits of old headmasters and headmistresses, all of whom were snoozing gently in their frames. There was also an enormous claw-footed desk, and sitting on a shelf behind it, a shabby, tattered wizard's hat, the sorting hat. Harry hesitated. He cast a wary eye around the sleeping witches and wizards on the walls. Surely it couldn't hurt if he took the hat down and tried it on again. Just to see, just to make sure it had put him in the right house. He walked quietly around the desk, lifted the hat from its shelf, and lowered it slowly onto his head. It was much too large, and spilled down over his eyes, just as it had done the last time he'd put it on. Harry stared at the black inside of the hat, waiting. Then a small voice said in his ear, "Be in your bonnet, Harry Potter?"
Finger
Yes,
5 slap.
Harry muttered.
Each
Sorry
other.
to bother you. I wanted to ask, you've been wondering whether I put you in the right house, said the hat smartly.
Yeah, add my dexterity modifier.
But I stand by what I said before. Harry's heart leapt. You would have done well in Slytherin. Harry's stomach plummeted. He grabbed the point of the hat and pulled it off. It hung limply in his hand, grubby and faded. Harry pushed it back onto its shelf, feeling sick.
With the bee.
He said aloud to the still
Do I
inside
have
the
a
hat.
bee in my bonnet?
It didn't move. Harry backed away, watching it. Then a strange, gagging noise behind him made him wheel around. He wasn't alone after all. Standing on a golden perch behind the door was a decrepit-looking bird which resembled a half-plucked turkey. Harry stared at it, and the bird looked balefully back, making its gagging noise again. Harry thought it looked very ill. Its eyes were dull, and even as Harry watched, a couple more feathers fell out of its tail. Harry was just thinking that all he needed was for Dumbledore's pet bird to die while he was alone in the office with it, when the bird burst into flames. Harry yelled in shock and backed away into the desk. He looked feverishly around in case there was a glass of water somewhere, but couldn't see one. The bird, meanwhile, had become a fireball. It gave one loud shriek, and next second, there was nothing but a smoldering pile of ash on the floor. The office door opened. Dumbledore came in, looking very somber. "Professor!" Harry gasped. Your bird! I couldn't do anything! He just caught fire!" To Harry's astonishment, Dumbledore smiled. "About time, too," he said. "He's been looking dreadful for days. I've been telling him to get a move on." He chuckled at the stunned look on Harry's face. "Fawkes is a phoenix, Harry. Phoenixes burst into flames when it is time for them to die, and are reborn from the ashes. Watch him." Harry looked down in time to see a tiny, wrinkled, newborn bird poke its head out of the ashes. It was quite as ugly as the old one. "It's a shame you had to see him on a burning day," said Dumbledore, seating himself behind his desk. "He's really very handsome most of the time. Wonderful red and gold plumage. Fascinating creatures, phoenixes. They can carry immensely heavy loads. Their tears have healing powers, and they make highly faithful pets." In the shock of Fawkes catching fire, Harry had forgotten what he was there for. But it all came back to him as Dumbledore settled himself in the high-backed chair behind the desk and fixed Harry with a penetrating, light blue stare. Before Dumbledore could speak another word, however, the door of the office flew open with an alarming bang, and Hagrid burst in.
Oh no.
A wild look in his eyes. His balaclava
Hands a
perched
bird.
on top of his shaggy black head.
Oh
The dead
no.
rooster still
Better
swinging
watch
from
out.
his hand. "It wasn't Harry Preston, Dumbledore," said Hagrid urgently. "I was talking to him seconds before that kid was found. He never had time, sir." Dumbledore tried to say something, but Hagrid went ranting on, waving the rooster around in his agitation, sending feathers everywhere. "It can't have been him. I'll swear in front of the Ministry of Magic, if I have to. Hagrid, you got the wrong boy, sir. I know Harry never—" "Hagrid," said Dumbledore loudly, "I do not think that Harry attacked those people." "Oh," said Hagrid, the rooster falling limply at his side. "Right. I'll wait outside then, Headmaster." And he stomped out looking embarrassed. "You don't think it was me, Professor?" Harry repeated hopefully, as Dumbledore brushed rooster feathers off his desk. "No, Harry, I do not," said Dumbledore, though his face was somber again. "But I still want to talk to you."
Report to the ship as soon as possible.
We'll bang it, yeah.
While Dumbledore considered him.
Always wanted
tips
the
of his long fingers
bangs.
together.
I get it. I get it.
must ask you, Harry,
I get it.
whether
This
there is
big. I'm
anything
drawing the
you'd like to
crotch.
tell me.
I
Said
understand.
Gentleman.
I'm painting the
Anything
crotch.
at
I get
all.
it.
Harry
I
didn't know what to
understand.
say.
It's sexy.
He thought of Malfoy shouting, "You'll be next, mudbloods," and of the polyjuice potion simmering away in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Then he thought of the disembodied voice he'd heard twice, and remembered what Ron had said. Hearing voices no one else can hear isn't a good sign, even in the wizarding world. He thought, too, about what everyone was saying about him, and his growing dread that he was somehow connected to Salazar Slytherin. "No," said Harry. "There isn't anything, Professor." The double attack on Justin and Nearly Headless Nick turned what had hitherto been nervousness into real panic. Curiously, it was Nearly Headless Nick's fate that seemed to worry people most. What could possibly do that to a ghost? People asked each other. What terrible power could harm someone who's already
Veins
dead?
are in style.
There was to stampede to book seats on the Hogwarts Express so that students could go home for Christmas. "At this rate, we'll be the only ones left," Ron told Harry and Hermione. "Us, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle? What a jolly holiday it's gonna be." Crabbe and Goyle, who always did whatever Malfoy did, had signed up to stay over the holidays too. But Harry was glad that most people were leaving. He was tired of people skirting around him in the corridors, as though he was about to sprout fangs or spit poison. Tired of all the muttering, pointing and hissing as he passed. Fred and George, however, found all this very funny. They went out of their way to march ahead of Harry down the corridors, shouting, "Make way for the heir of Slytherin! Seriously evil wizard coming through!" Percy was deeply disapproving of this behavior. "It is not a laughing matter," he said coldly. "Oh, get out of the way, Percy," said Fred. "Harry's in a hurry." "Yeah, he's nipping off to the Chamber of Secrets for a cup of tea with his fanged servant," said George, chuckling. Ginny didn't find it amusing either. "Oh, don't!" she wailed every time Fred asked Harry loudly who he was planning to attack next, or George pretended to ward Harry off with a large clove of garlic when they met. Harry didn't mind, though Fred and George at least thought the idea of his being Slytherin's heir was quite ludicrous. But their antics seemed to be aggravating Draco Malfoy, who looked increasingly sour each time he saw them at it. "It's because he's bursting to say it's really him," said Ron knowingly. "You know how he hates anyone beating him at anything, and you're getting all the credit for his dirty work."
"Not for long," said Hermione in a satisfied tone. "The Polyjuice Potion's nearly ready. We'll be getting the truth out of him any day now."
Yeah, it's Math Boy, guys.
And a
Guys, it's the Math Boy.
Descended on the castle. Harry found it peaceful rather than gloomy,
and
enjoyed the fact that he, Hermione, and the Weasleys had the run of Gryffindor Tower, which meant they could play Exploding Snap loudly without bothering anyone, and practice dueling in private. Fred, George, and Ginny had chosen to stay at school rather than visit Bill in Egypt with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Percy, who disapproved of what he termed their childish behavior, didn't spend much time in the Gryffindor common room. He had already told them pompously that he was only staying over Christmas because it was his duty as a prefect to support the teachers during this troubled time. Christmas morning dawned, cold and white. Harry and Ron, the only ones left in their dormitory, were woken very early by Hermione, who burst in, fully dressed and carrying presents for them both.
"Wake up,"
she said loudly, pulling back the curtains at their window. "Hermione, you're not supposed to be in here," said Ron, shielding his eyes against the light.
"Merry Christmas to you too,"
said Hermione, throwing him his present.
"I've been up for nearly an hour, adding more lace wings to the potion. It's ready."
Harry sat up, suddenly wide awake. "Are you sure?"
"Positive,"
said Hermione, shifting Scabbers the rat so that she could sit down on the end of his four-poster.
"If we're going to do it, I say it should be tonight."
At that moment, Hedwig swooped into the room, carrying a very small package in her beak. "Hello," said Harry happily, as she landed on his bed. "Are you speaking to me again?" She nibbled his ear in an affectionate sort of way, which was a far better present than the one which she had brought him, which turned out to be from the Dursleys. They had sent Harry a toothpick, and a note telling him to find out whether he'd be able to stay at Hogwarts for the summer holidays too. The rest of Harry's Christmas presents were far more satisfactory. Hagrid had sent him a large tin of treacle fudge, which Harry decided to soften by the fire before eating. Ron had given him a book called Flying with the Cannons, a book of interesting facts about his favorite Quidditch team, and Hermione had bought him a luxury eagle feather quill. Harry opened the last present to find a new, hand-knitted jumper from Mrs. Weasley, and a large plum cake. He put up her card with a fresh surge of guilt, thinking about Mr. Weasley's car, which hadn't been seen since its crash with the Whomping Willow, in the bout of rule-breaking he and Ron were planning next. No one, not even someone dreading taking Polyjuice Potion later, could fail to enjoy Christmas dinner at Hogwarts. The Great Hall looked magnificent. Not only were there a dozen frost-covered Christmas trees and thick streamers of holly and mistletoe crisscrossing the ceiling, but enchanted snow was falling warm and dry from the ceiling. Dumbledore led them in a few of his favorite carols, Hagrid booming more and more loudly with every goblet of eggnog he consumed. Percy, who hadn't noticed that Fred had bewitched his prefect badge so that it now read Pinhead, kept asking them all what they were sniggering at. Harry didn't even care that Draco Malfoy was making loud, snide remarks about his new jumper from the Slytherin table. With a bit of luck, Malfoy would be getting his comeuppance in a few hours' time. Harry and Ron had barely finished their third helpings of Christmas pudding when Hermione ushered them out of the hall to finalize their plans for the evening.
We still need a bit of the people we're changing into,
said Hermione matter-of-factly, as though she was sending them to the supermarket for washing powder.
And obviously it'll be best if you can get something of Crabbe and Goyle's. They're Malfoy's best friends. He'll tell them anything. And we also need to make sure the real Crabbe and Goyle can't burst in on us while we're interrogating him. I've got it all worked out, she went on smoothly, ignoring Harry and Ron's stupefied faces. She held up 2 plump chocolate cakes. I filled these with a simple sleeping draft. All you have to do is make sure Crabbe and Goyle find them. You know how greedy they are. They're bound to eat them. Once they're asleep, pull out a few of their hairs and hide them in a broom cupboard.
Harry and Ron looked incredulously at each other. Hermione, I don't think that goes seriously wrong. But Hermione had a steely glint in her eye, not unlike the one Professor McGonagall sometimes had.
The potion will be useless without Crabbe and Goyle's hair, she said sternly. You do want to investigate Malfoy, don't you?
Oh, all right, said Harry. But what about you? Whose hair are you ripping out?
I've already got mine,
said Hermione brightly, pulling a tiny bottle out of her pocket and showing them the single hair inside it.
Remember Millicent Bulstrode wrestling with me at the dueling club? She left this on my robes when she was trying to strangle me, and she's gone home for Christmas. So I'll just have to tell the Slytherins I've decided to come back.
When Hermione had bustled off to check on the Polyjuice potion again, Ron turned to Harry with a doom-laden expression. Have you ever heard of a plan where so many things could go wrong? But to Harry and Ron's utter amazement, stage 1 of the operation went just as smoothly as Hermione had said. They lurked in the deserted entrance hall after Christmas tea, waiting for Crabbe and Goyle.
Look at that.
Who'd remained alone at the Slytherin table, shoveling down 4th helpings of trifle.
And also,
Harry had perched the chocolate cakes on the end of the banisters.
You've been gnomed.
When they spotted Crabbe and Goyle coming out of the Great Hall, Harry and Ron hid quickly behind a suit of armor next to the front door. How thick can you get? Ron whispered ecstatically, as Crabbe gleefully pointed out the cakes to Goyle, and grabbed them. Grinning stupidly, they stuffed the cakes whole into their large mouths. For a second, both of them chewed greedily, looks of triumph on their faces. Then, without the smallest change of expression, both keeled over backwards onto the floor. Much the most difficult bit was hiding them in the cupboard, across the hall. Once they were safely stowed amongst the buckets and mops, Harry yanked out a couple of bristles that covered Goyle's forehead, and Ron pulled out several of Crabbe's hairs. They also stole their shoes, because their own were far too small for Crabbe and Goyle's sized feet.
I'm a gnome.
Still stunned at what they had just done, they sprinted up to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. They could hardly see for the thick black smoke issuing from the cubicle in which Hermione was stirring the cauldron. Pulling their robes up over their faces, Harry and Ron knocked softly on the door. Hermione? They heard the scrape of the lock, and Hermione emerged, shiny-faced and looking anxious. Behind her they heard the gloop-gloop of the bubbling, treacle-thick potion. 3 glass tumblers stood ready on the toilet seat.
Did you get them?
Hermione asked breathlessly. Harry showed her Goyle's hair.
Good. And I sneaked those spare robes out of the laundry,
Hermione said, holding up a small sack.
You'll need bigger sizes once you're Crabbe and Goyle.
The 3 of them stared into the cauldron. Close up, the potion looked like thick, dark mud, bubbling sluggishly.
I'm sure I've done everything right,
said Hermione nervously, rereading the splotched page of most potent potions.
It looks like the book says it should. Once we've drunk it, we'll have exactly an hour before we change back into ourselves.
Yes.
Now what?
Good shading.
Ron whispered.
We separate it into 3 glasses and add the hairs.
Hermione ladled large dollops of the potion into each of the glasses. Then, her hand trembling, she shook Millicent Bulstrode's hair out of its bottle into the first glass. The potion hissed loudly, like a boiling kettle, and frothed madly. A second later, it had turned a sick sort of yellow. Ugh, Essence of Millicent Bulstrode, said Ron, eyeing it with loathing. Bet it tastes disgusting.
Add yours then,
said Hermione. Harry dropped Goyle's hair into the middle glass, and Ron put Crabbe's into the last one. Both glasses hissed and frothed. Goyle's turned the khaki color of a bogey, Crabbe's a dark, murky brown. Hang on, said Harry as Ron and Hermione reached for their glasses. We better not all drink them in here. Once we turn into Crabbe and Goyle, we won't fit. And Millicent Bulstrode's no pixie. Good thinking, said Ron, unlocking the door. We'll take separate cubicles. Careful not to spill a drop of his polyjuice potion, Harry slipped into the middle cubicle. Ready? He called.
Ready.
Ready, came Ron and Hermione's
I'll
voices.
be off. Good streaming to you. No problem, my friend.
3.
Get some rest.
Pinching his nose, Harry drank the potion down in 2 large gulps. It tasted like overcooked cabbage. Immediately, his insides started writhing, as though he'd just swallowed live snakes. Doubled up, he wondered whether he was going to be sick. Then a bursting sensation spread rapidly from his stomach, to the very ends of his fingers and toes. Next, bringing him gasping to all fours, came a horrible melting feeling, as the skin all over his body bubbled like hot wax.
Oh yeah.
And before his eyes,
And
his
almost
hands began to
done.
grow. The fingers
shit.
thickened. The nails
Galactic
broadened,
Bee,
and the knuckles were bulging like bolts.
Are you still there?
His shoulders stretched painfully.
Are you
and
still there,
prickling on his
Galactic
forehead
Bee?
told him that the
Yeah,
hair
you
was
probably
creeping
not.
down towards his eyebrows.
Alright.
His robes ripped as his chest expanded like a barrel, bursting
Save.
slits. His feet were agony and shoes 4
And
sizes too
now
small.
let's see who is
As suddenly
on.
as it had started, everything
Who
stopped.
is on?
Harry lay face down on the cold stone floor, listening to Myrtle gurgling morosely in the end toilet. With difficulty,
Let's
he
see.
kicked off his shoes and
Let's
stood
see
up.
who's
So
on.
this is what it felt like, being Goyle. His large hands trembling, he pulled off his old robes,
Accio?
which were hanging a foot above his ankles,
Yes.
pulled on the spare ones, and laced up Goyle's
Bavernzi?
boot-like shoes.
How long has he been
He
playing?
reached up to brush his hair out of his eyes, and met only the short growth of
How
wiry
long has he
bristles
been playing?
low on his forehead. Then he realized that his glasses were clouding his eyes, because Goyle obviously didn't need them. He took them off and called, "Are you two okay?" Goyle's low,
Well,
raspy
if that's the
voice
case,
issued from his
I
mouth.
will raid the Bavernzi.
Came the deep grunt of Crabbe from his right. Harry unlocked his door and stepped in front of the cracked mirror. Goyle stared back at him, out of a dull, deep-set eyes. Harry scratched his ear. So did Goyle. Ron's door opened. They stared at each other, except that he looked pale and shocked. Ron was indistinguishable from Crabbe. From the pudding basin haircut to the long gorilla arms. "This is unbelievable," said Ron, approaching the mirror and prodding Crabbe's flat nose. "Unbelievable. We better get going," said Harry, loosening the watch that was cutting into Goyle's thick wrist. "We still gotta find out where the Slytherin common room is. I only hope we can find
Alright,
someone to
guys.
follow."
Thank you guys so much for being so amazing. Thank you guys for being so stupendous. I'm sending you guys over to
Banged on Hermione's
Burns.
door. "Come on, we need to go." A high-pitched voice
So
answered
I will
him.
see you guys
I don't think I'm going
next
to come after all.
time.
You go on without me.
Hermione.
You guys stay out of trouble. You guys stay incredible. And I'm gonna save. Wake up in the morning feeling good bunny. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna see you guys next time. Thank you guys so much for being beautiful. Thank you guys for being amazing. Thank you guys for being stupendous. I know it's so easy for you guys. So thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate it. It's been going great. You guys help it, and you guys make it all the better. I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Bam. And